Hi, everyone. I'm David Sedlak, Chair of the Water Science and Technology Board and Professor in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at UC Berkeley. On behalf of the Water Science and Technology Board, I'd like to welcome everyone here in the room and everyone online to our fall meeting on future-proofing flood management. To start, I'd like to acknowledge that this building of the National Academies is physically located in the traditional land of the Nacotchtank and Piscataway peoples. We honor with gratitude the land itself, the people who've stewarded it, and the enduring relationship that exists between those peoples and nations and this land. I'd also like to review our expectations for conduct. The National Academies is committed to fostering a professional, respectful, and inclusive environment where all people can participate fully in a harassment-free and discrimination-free atmosphere. We look to each and every one of you to help us maintain a professional and cordial environment. First, for a bit of background, the National Academies is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that provides independent, objective advice to inform policy with objective scientific findings. We recruit experts in a variety of fields to participate in advisory work and confront challenging issues for the benefit of society. Our boards serve as neutral convening bodies and can provide guidance on program priorities. We can resolve controversies and do technical assessments or independent peer reviews, and we increase the visibility of emerging science and policy issues. The Water Science and Technology Board specifically is the focal point for water-related issues at the National Academies. This board focuses on topics such as water quality, quantity, and accessibility, ecosystem management, water infrastructure, and natural hazards. This slide shows the Water Science and Technology Board membership, which includes a wide array of volunteers across many water and science and water resources topical areas. The Water Science and Technology Board is sponsored by the National Science Foundation. As you look at this list of names, you'll see that many of the people are either here in the room with us, a few of them are online, and one or two of them were unable to make this meeting. The topic that we're focusing on today is flood management in a changing world. We're going to focus on three themes: the cutting-edge data and technology, novel solutions and strategies, and a discussion on planning for a future when past observations are no longer reliable predictors of flood risk. This topic obviously has been at the top of many people's minds for the last few months, especially in light of the catastrophic flooding wrought by Hurricane Helene in western North Carolina. But it's been an issue for a lot longer than that. Over the past few years, we've seen floods in various parts of the country, whether it's Minnesota or New England, or more recently in France. This question of catastrophic flooding is catching society's attention because of the large risks. So this session is going to offer not questions about where this is happening or how it's happening, but solutions-oriented insights and the latest scientific advances in flood management, with an emphasis on addressing the complexities of flash flooding, non-stationarity, and the integration of novel solutions into infrastructure and communities. So as a little bit of an overview on where we're going this afternoon, first, Alice Hill is going to discuss flooding as a national security issue. Then we're going to hear from a panel of experts on novel solutions under climate uncertainty. After a break, we'll hear from another panel on the role of data and technology, and we'll end with a closing keynote from Henk Ovik on this issue of flooding with more of an international perspective. After the group discussion with all the meeting participants, our Water Science and Technology Board member, Branko Krkez, who has been instrumental in planning this meeting, will synthesize some of the ideas presented throughout the day and will provide us with some of his thoughts on actions and directions that can be pursued. Finally, if you wish to learn more about our board, please check out our website. Thank you for being here with us today. And one more note, you can submit questions to our speakers and panelists today through Slido. Just look for the Slido link in the Zoom chat. Okay, should we get going? Okay, great. So for the first session, Alice Hill and I will be discussing flooding as a national security issue. Alice isn't in the room with us. She's going to be joining us by Zoom. So let's see if we're going to spotlight Alice or just me. Okay, good. Alice is an expert on building resilience to catastrophic risks. She previously served as Special Assistant to President Barack Obama and Senior Director for Resilience Policy on the National Security Council staff, where she led the development of national policy, including executive orders related to natural disasters, national security, and climate change. Prior to this, Hill served as Senior Counselor to the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. So, Alice, thank you very much for joining us. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you for having me. I'm so honored to be a part of this board meeting. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I know that this topic is very important and will continue to be so in the future. So thanks for having me.
Okay, so we organized this as a fireside chat. I don't know where the fire is, but it's probably not a great idea to make a fire in the Keck Center and you wouldn't be able to see it anyway. So we'll just have to imagine that you and I are sitting around a comfortable fireplace and it's maybe snow flurries outside, nothing catastrophic. And we're going to have a little discussion of this issue. And I'm really curious to share with you this way and to have this as our mechanism of discussion. So I wanted to start out with a question that kind of maybe helps us frame where this problem is right now and how big a risk it is going to be in the future, and then turn our attention to some of the solutions, which is really the topic of this meeting. So let me start by just saying that hurricanes and flash floods have always been a threat in the United States and elsewhere, but it certainly seems like these events are becoming more frequent and seem to be causing greater economic losses. So I'm kind of curious to know from your perspective, how great a risk this is to national security and economic prosperity, and how we can expect the frequency of these events to change over the next 1 or 2 decades.
Well, that's a big question, but I think we have already seen that these worsening extremes, and climate scientists as well as climate attribution scientists can tell us that they're worsened as a result of human-caused climate change, that accumulation of carbon and other greenhouse gases in our atmosphere heating the planet. And with more heat, we have more moisture falling and greater intensity of storms. So that threatens our infrastructure. It threatens people's lives, their livelihoods. It threatens our ability of our economy to hum along in the future. In fact, just in recognition of COP29, there has been recently new economic data suggesting that we have greatly underestimated the economic impacts, much less the impacts on humans and their well-being as a result of climate change. So this is definitely a homeland security risk. We are seeing that with the hurricanes that we've experienced so far just this year. It's also a national security risk in terms of traditional national security concerns. That is military preparedness. If you have your bases flooded out or unable to operate fully because of sea level rise, that affects our ability to respond, and also in terms of just greater global insecurity with increased migration as a result of climate change. In fact, another recent study just came out that the immigration we've been seeing from the below our southern border has been influenced by climate change. And we will continue to see that across the world. The Syrian drought drove many Syrians to leave that country, as well as the civil war that followed the drought. So there's no question that there will be security ramifications for what we are already seeing with climate change, much less what is ahead.
So is it my imagination, or is it seeming like these are more frequent, and do we expect changes over the next couple of decades and this to be grabbing the headlines at a greater frequency than it's even over the last few months?
Well, one of the challenges we've had with climate change is that our historical data has not been good for predicting what is ahead. But we didn't have sufficient data to be confident about what's going to occur. That has changed over the last several decades. We have much more data indicating that storms have intensified, that more rainfall is falling, extreme events called rain bombs, so much rain falling, for example, in 2017 in Houston, where they had 3 feet of rain, very short amount of time. We've seen that with Helene recently in North Carolina, and also other surprises across the nation. Of course, these shouldn't be surprises. We know that it's coming. I think the surprise element has been that this is accelerating. In fact, there was a editorial just recently, I believe in the Washington Post, from Gavin Schmidt, saying that the amount of heating that we're experiencing right now is surprising climate scientists. They do not have sufficient knowledge to why this is occurring, but we are heating up faster than anticipated. It's consistent with the climate models, but it's happening more quickly. And of course, with more heat in the atmosphere, we have more moisture going into the atmosphere and more dumping at once. So more flooding is ahead, and how we prepare for that is crucial. We are not seeing the level of preparation that we need, which enhances or worsens the national security and homeland security risks posed by this.
So it's happening more frequently. We're not doing a great job preparing. I'm kind of curious, in your estimation, what our top priorities should be for preparing for these floods. What should we be doing before, during, and after differently than what we're doing now?
Well, number one, I think in any attempt to adapt to a changing risk picture is to know the risks as best we can. Unfortunately, our knowledge in this area is still weak. One of the primary areas where we get information in the United States is from FEMA's flood maps. Of course, those flood maps were created for insurance purposes. They weren't created necessarily to inform flood risk writ large, but they're the only federal maps we have for this that are across the nation. And those maps are notoriously inaccurate. They don't consider yet, for the most part, climate change. That means the increasing frequency and intensity of heavy rainfall events. They only map about 1/3 of the nation's streams, rivers, and coastlines. They don't capture stormwater runoff, and they don't really capture landslide risk. So we do have a competing set of maps that have developed through the philanthropic and private sector, the First Street Foundation's maps. Those are on a parcel basis. And those maps are in conflict with FEMA's maps as to the risk. First Street Foundation found that as of 2020, almost 6 million properties were not identified as being in a special flood hazard zone. That's under the FEMA maps. That would mean that they're at risk of flooding, even though First Street's calculations showed those homes as being at extreme flood risk. And we saw during Hurricane Harvey in 2017 that half of the 204,000 homes that flooded during that storm were outside that federal hazard zone defined by the FEMA maps. So to the extent we're relying on those maps to inform decisions at the local level about how to prepare for climate change, they're not doing a good job of letting communities know that there is much more flooding ahead. And of course, I do think we have to talk about the polarization on issues of climate change, treating the climate science as a matter of belief, and some politicians discrediting any discussion of climate change as a hoax or some kind of scam. That makes it a lot harder when you're talking to communities about how to prepare if they can't talk about future risk from what we know has occurred by humans burning fossil fuels.
So your highest priorities are all related to preparation and not necessarily like emergency response or actions that can be taken during the flood? Like, are there higher priorities there that we could
Oh,
be doing a better job in the midst of a flood or in helping communities respond after floods?
absolutely. I think, but we need to have everyone understand the floods are going to get worse, so they need to prepare more. And preparation includes emergency response. In emergency response, and one of the first adaptation measures any community should take is improving early warning. Now, we've seen a really dramatic instance of failed early warning in Spain when massive rainfall caused flash flooding to occur very quickly. Now, there's some dispute between the Spanish national government and the local government as to the level of warnings given by the national government, which is responsible for the warnings. But the warnings were not issued until well after the flash flooding event. So, and they weren't reached by many people, causing extraordinary loss of life. Over 200 people died in that flooding. And that was an indication that as these events worsen, we need to shore up our early warning. And there's some good news there. AI can play a significant role in improving early warning. We're seeing lots of efforts towards this. And that's not just in Spain, a developed country. That's for much of the world. Over 50% of the world really lacks advanced early warning systems for multi-hazard perils. And that needs to improve. And AI can really serve as a leapfrog ahead in ensuring that there's good warnings. Now, Spain illustrates, even if you have warnings, you need to have those issued and followed on the ground. So implementation, action based on those warnings remains a gap that we see repeatedly, and we need to work on that. Mm-hmm. And that, again, is getting back to people on the community leaders understanding the risk, understanding that the flash flood they may experience is unlike any flash flood they've ever experienced before. So they shouldn't be necessarily guided by the past in their preparations and their response. They have to assume it could well be worse than any historical record of flooding in the past.
Right. So you were talking about these First Street maps and the FEMA maps and how they don't square. And my guess is that when the insurance companies start to internalize this kind of information, that insurance premiums are going to go up, and that can be really burdensome, especially for people who don't have the economic means to pay for it, and they might end up not insuring their property. So what are the tools available to government to make flood insurance more affordable while still being effective in trying to get the kind of preparation catalyze that needs to happen to lower the risk?
Well, flood insurance in the United States is separate from most property insurance. If you are at risk of flooding, you will buy typically, if you're a homeowner, a policy that's from the federal government. And the reason why we have the National Flood Insurance Program is generally in the 1960s, private insurers were anxious about the level of flooding and their ability to respond. The federal government, over a number of years, developed the National Flood Insurance Program. Unfortunately, when that program was put into place, even though the architects of that program at the time recognized some basic things, you need to have actuarially sound pricing. That means you've got to have pricing that reflects the risk. That sort of went out the window when we were going through the political process. We also saw that repeat flooding, homes that are repeatedly flooding remained within the program, and that probably wouldn't occur in the private market unless some changes were made to those properties that made them more flood proof, and it made them more attractive to private insurers. So we have this program, National Flood Insurance Program, and it, boy, is hit mightily just struggled. It's at least about $20 billion in the hole. It does not collect enough from its premiums to cover its payouts. But we find that even though it's offered in most instances, or historically has been offered at a much cheaper price, there isn't necessarily a large pickup by homeowners for this type of insurance. And we've seen that it's without insurance, communities, households really struggle. It can be a downward spiral for a community if they do not have adequate insurance. Insurance allows people to bounce back. It keeps businesses going. It protects the local community and that the schools remain open because people remain there. But if they don't have the insurance or it's not sufficient, it will mean that recovery is a lot harder and the road is a lot longer. What we have seen with the NFIP, they have struggled for years to get to actuarially sound rates. In 2012, they proposed and actually got that approved through Congress that they would go to actuarially sound rates. There was a huge outcry by politicians. We don't want that. And that legislation was immediately withdrawn. 12 years later, FEMA, without congressional approval, actually with a lot of skepticism from the politicians, has moved forward with its risk rating 2.0, trying to get at actuarially sound pricing. But the concern is that we get to actuarially sound pricing, as you've mentioned, David, you will see even further drop off in the uptake on insurance policies. Insurance is a very difficult area. You've got Raghavir Vinakulu, I know, as a panelist, who is really struggling with these issues to figure out how the private market will respond. But what we're seeing mostly right now is that in the areas other than flood insurance that the private market is covering, their response to wildfire risk, for example, or higher wind risk is to withdraw from the market or to seek very high prices, which means that people, if they don't have a federally insured mortgage, they will step away from having insurance, and that puts those communities at great risk. It's a very complex issue. One place we've seen improvement is in Florida. Florida will now require for property owners who get their property insurance from the backup plan that Florida runs, which is called Citizens Property Insurance. It's a government-sponsored insurance program of last resort for those who can't get insurance in the private market. They are going to require that everyone in that program has flood insurance. But as of and that will occur in 2027. As of 2022, only about 19% of Floridians, property owners, had flood insurance, even though it's the most flood-prone area in the nation. Very complex issue, going to be one that the federal government struggles for quite a while to get in place that actuarially sound signal, as well as the programs to help people move out of areas that are at too great of risk of flooding for really continued development.
Yeah, as someone who lives less than a kilometer from the Hayward Fault on the wildland urban interface, I can appreciate these complexities of increasing insurance premiums and this kind of option of last resort. And I have to admit that most of my neighbors don't have earthquake or fire insurance that's going to cover what they have. So it really, the flood thing looks a lot like that. I want to turn our attention now to kind of something that a lot of people have started thinking about in, about the last week or so. And that's this question of the federal effort to prepare for flooding and whether what the state and local government should do if the federal government pulls back a little bit on helping with flood preparation. So, you know, we've seen the federal government try to be involved in getting communities ready for these kinds of catastrophic floods, but it's possible that the federal government might not be as active in this in the future. So do you see places where states and local municipalities should be trying to pick up the mantle in terms of this kind of adaptation for these extreme floods?
Yes, I think that we've seen local communities do that. Houston did that after we saw Hurricane Harvey. We've seen in Mecklenburg County and Charlotte, they've been working on their own to increase knowledge about flood risk. And we've seen programs to have in various states to have property buyouts. Often those have some federal support, but over 1,100 local governments in 49 states have voluntary programs to buy out or demolish at-risk homes. That is a policy that makes a lot of sense. The National Institute of Building Science estimates that for every dollar spent on a buyout, it saves about $5 to $9 in recovery costs. And then New Jersey, after Hurricane Sandy, created its Blue Acres program, which is nationally recognized as one of the better programs for buyouts. But here's the challenge with buyouts. They require a lot of money, and there are a lot more homes at risk than we've identified the funds for. They're very slow to be accomplished, typically. There's a risk that the property that's acquired or that's the state gains is somehow resold to build new houses versus turning over for green infrastructure. And then a lot of people don't want to move, and they don't want to hear about managed retreat. We've seen some dramatic examples of that on the California coast, where, for example, the very wealthy community of Del Mar, California, when it was told by the California Coastal Commission, which is responsible for public access to California's beaches, urged communities to have a managed retreat plan. Del Mar basically said, we don't want a managed retreat plan. It's going to hurt our property values. It could affect our insurance. We don't want that. And that kind of political pushback is very evident when you're talking about people's homes and what choices they make about where and how they live. And that is, I think, at the core of a lot of the challenges we've had to making more broad scale adaptation improvements across the country.
I think you'll probably find a little less sympathy when it's a really affluent community that's grappling with this issue and doesn't want to retreat. I'm kind of curious about the less affluent communities that, are going to be in a similar situation because, the other side of redlining is usually the other side of the track with low elevations and flood prone areas. And, from what I could tell, it looks like they're going to be relatively large numbers of people facing this issue of recovery from catastrophic flooding and these plans of buyouts. And so, it's one thing to do it for a smattering of homes. It's another thing to do it for a large community where the costs can escalate and the disruption of a community and its social structure can happen very quickly. So what are some of the political and social challenges of asking, when it finally happens, because with sea level rise and increased flooding, eventually there are places that will be unlivable and will have to retreat. So how do we start preparing communities for this that don't have the means to keep building walls and structures to protect themselves?
Very difficult question, but I will note, I don't think this falls necessarily along economic lines. You would see, for example, Imperial Beach, which I don't think is as wealthy a community in California, and they have also been really struggling with the idea of managed retreat. They also backed off of their plans for managed retreat in the face of public outcry, even though the town faces flood risk from three sides, and it's pretty clear they're going to have very significant sea level rise risk. I think for all communities, it's where we live is a highly emotional topic. Many people have deep ties to their communities. They've either been there a long time, their families have been there a long time, and it's hard for them to think of moving. They want to move with their communities. That's something we've seen in Alaska. On the western coast of Alaska, we have many villages that, because of the warming temperatures there, are no longer protected by sea ice, and there are big storms that come through causing rapid erosion. And those communities want to move inland. It's very expensive given the cost of infrastructure in Alaska, but they want to move as a group. They don't want to disperse around to where they could find more affordable housing. So that is a common concern that I've seen reported and expressed to me is we want to move with our community, but there aren't really funds other than a few examples of the federal government providing funds in Alaska and Louisiana for a whole community to move. So I think that resistance to moving will be a significant challenge. That's why, to go back to our first, it's so important to work with communities, not imposing plans, but working through them through scenario planning on what are the known risks, where could it be flooding, what choices do we need to make now. That is a very costly proposition. It takes a lot of time working with a lot of different stakeholders from the community. One place that's a bright light on that kind of planning is Louisiana, which of course faces huge risk from sea level rise, also from storms, but losing something like a football field of land an hour. It's suffering from subsidence as well as storm surge. In Louisiana, after the Gulf oil spill, received about $50 million from BP, and they put that to planning, and they came up with a plan for not all parishes wanted to join, but at least 3, as I recall. And they actually started talking about what land will be lost and what choices we need to be make. A really remarkable achievement. Now they need the funds to implement that, but at least they got to community resolve in black and white, in printing, as to what they would do.
Great. So the National Academies is also quite interested in identifying the research needs and horizons for the nation and assisting in that. And I'm kind of curious, as you look at these issues of understanding where flooding is, how to prepare communities, do you see places where there are large gaps? And do you see research tools emerging? You've talked about AI and its impact on our ability to prepare, but do you see other places where we have gaps that we should be paying attention to?
Well, I think we have an enormous gap. And this has been a goal since I was in the White House starting in 2013. And I will quote a former part-time mayor that I met from actually Perdido Beach, Alabama, aptly named. It's a coastal community, small community that faces storm surge and sea level rise and bigger storms. And she said, I get that I have these risks, but I'm a part-time mayor. I have no planning staff. I don't have anyone to help me with this. Where do I go? We do not have, still to this day, a good answer to that. We don't have the kind of federal mapping. It's been a goal. We just start talking about the problems with FEMA's maps, but really an overview that is downscaled enough for community planning. And so in some instances that can be available through a local university, local college, through some of the centers that NOAA, the Department of Agriculture run, climate hubs, but those are a bit hit or miss, and it requires someone having the time to make the connections, and we don't have, our government, our federal government is not set up in a customer-friendly way. The mayor has to figure out, well, USDA might have something for me, NOAA might have something for me, and somebody else might have something for me, HUD. And they have to figure that all out, and there's often not enough time in the day to be able to accomplish that. So what we have are communities that do not understand their risks yet, and therefore can't even make the kinds of choices that we need. And we are seeing that significantly, though, even those communities who are engaging on climate change planning, they aren't using the more forward-leaning projections, which really will require some more transformational changes. It's mostly pretty ad hoc, and it's mostly in response to things that have occurred, not stepping back and addressing the whole picture. Now, there are a lot of political reasons for this. These are local officials. They are under a lot of pressure to be reelected and keep their tax base. So they're making decisions on the ground to keep development occurring in their communities, even when development may be unwise, because they know that the federal government in all likelihood will come in with disaster relief, but that disaster relief is not focused on risk reduction. So we have essentially a moral hazard developed between those who make the land use decisions and those who provide the recovery after the event. You can get more money in recovery right now than you can for mitigation of risk.
Okay, well, before I douse our fire and we pull the easy chairs back, I wanted to end with a question related to your recent book, The Fight for Climate After COVID-19, where you draw resilience lessons from the pandemic. And I'm kind of curious, in the time since you sat down and wrote those words, how have we done in terms of learning from the pandemic to help us prepare for the challenges of climate change adaptation?
I think that we have struggled to learn from the pandemic. One thing that hasn't happened, which I was very confident when I was writing that book, because I looked at the large events that had occurred previously, most notably 9/11. The government had gone through a process, the federal government, of looking at what went wrong. Why did this happen? How could we do better? We haven't done that soul searching for the pandemic. Unfortunately, it seems to have increased political polarization and distrust of institutions, including scientists. I saw there was just a recent study published in the last few days describing the hard hit to scientists and trust in science caused by the pandemic. And there's been a slight uptick of confidence in scientists since then. But we've had distrust of institutions, including scientific knowledge, and we've had greater polarization, so harder to reach agreement as to what should be done. But the climate impacts keep coming, and they're getting bigger as we started our conversation. The insurance companies, as we mentioned, they are fully understanding of what's occurring. In fact, head of Lloyd's of London was recently quoted. Of course, that's the oldest insurance company. They were selling insurance for ships out of coffee houses in London 400 some years ago. And he said, you won't find anyone in insurance who's denying climate change. So we're seeing the private market respond, but our government institutions are highly polarized. And in some places, there's active hostility to discussion of climate change, I'm told, by federal employees. So it makes it difficult for us to make progress. I think the thing that we should understand, though, is definitely there is hope. There are lots of tools available to improve our situation. Early warning is an obvious first choice, and we've already discussed AI is making a difference there. So I think we will see progress rapidly in the coming years. We will need to continue to work on helping people understand their risks. And we just need to have the tools available. If they're not available through the federal government, and that might be a choice, maybe state governments like California and New York they are doing a great job at that. But we may need other institutions, including academic institutions, the national academies, to step in to make sure that people understand what's at stake and they can make much better choices today that will improve all our lives going forward. So it's not without hope. It's just we have to redirect how we think about these issues and make sure that we're bringing everyone along in understanding why it's important to invest in reduction of risk now as we face this very rapidly changing environment.
Well, thank you very much for ending on a hopeful note. I was a little concerned there when you started that we were going to end the session with a real downer, so thanks. That was a really compelling start to our day. We're now done with the first session. We're done with the keynote, and we're going to move into our first session, which is on novel solutions under climate uncertainty. And I'm going to hand off the microphone to Water Science and Technology board member and one of the organizers of this meeting, Robert Hirsch, to introduce our speakers.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Alice. Wonderful presentation. Oops, there we go. So I don't want to take up a bunch of time from our speakers. Am I right? They're going to speak from their seats, correct? Or the podium. So Stacy, why don't you go on ahead and get ready? And I will introduce each of our speakers as they come up. Our first speaker is Dr. Stacy Archfield of the U.S. Geological Survey. She has a PhD in hydrology from Tufts University. Her research has focused on hydrologic change, and you'll see a number of her papers referenced in your talk. She's recently been named the Federal Coordinating Lead Author for the water chapter of the 6th National Climate Assessment. So go ahead, Stacy.
Okay, great. Is my microphone on? Is that okay? Perfect. Great. Thank you. Okay, so I know we all have a technical background, but today we're going to talk about stationarity continuing to be a default assumption in water management. We assume that the past is representative of the future when we do things like flood frequency analysis and analyze for the 100-year flood. So here's an example of a stream gauge in Washington, D.C., and we see the annual peaks. That's for every year, it's the highest flow recorded in that year and then laid out for all of the years we have record. We use this to fit a probability distribution and then estimate things like the 100-year flood or the 500-year flood. But the question we ask ourselves is, what if that assumption is no longer true and we see some kind of trend in the record? How do we handle that? How is the scientific community handling this question? Maybe we need to activate the slides again. There we go. Okay. So in 2008, some USGS authors, along with a few others, Bob Hirsch is in the audience. He's an author. Chris Milley, he's actually a National Academies fellow, wrote this paper called Stationarity is Dead. And they asserted in this paper that essentially we need to move forward that given the magnitude and ubiquity of hydroclimatic change, they asserted that stationarity is dead and can no longer serve as the default assumption when we make water management decisions or estimates like the 100-year flood. But this was written primarily largely by climate scientists other than Bob. And what was the stochastic hydrology community, who formally handles non-stationarity, had some pushback. So there was a number of kind of fun papers, I would say, but also very interesting papers that talk about why stationarity is still a really important assumption in stochastic hydrology. So there was a paper, Stationarity Wanted Dead or Alive, that talks about how we deal with trendy data through long-term persistence. When we just see trends naturally in data. What do we do? There was the comment on the announced death of stationarity talking about infrastructure. And if infrastructure was truly failing because of non-stationarity, we would see far more failures moving forward, or we would have in the past. And then we had the comment that stationarity is immortal, really talking about if we know we see non-stationarity, we need to justify it in those cases to move forward. Otherwise, stationarity should remain the default assumption. So this actually caused the original authors, and they added a few more, to go back and actually speak to some of the critiques that had come out about that. And what they acknowledged is that essentially the well-founded concern that there could be far from optimal design, gross over design, or catastrophic failures at this point in time. And what they talk about is that the suitable successor for non-stationarity really hasn't been developed yet. It's going to be a grand challenge for our community to continue to search for that suitable successor. And that was in 2015. And so now it's the 17th anniversary of stationarity's death. And so where does that kind of leave us? Where has the community gone in dealing with this topic? So there are still reasons why stationarity remains in place. There was, after the 2015 response, there was a really nice review article in 2018 by Salas and Vogel talking about what techniques are already available to deal with non-stationarity. And ultimately, the conclusion of that study was that if you see a trend, if you see non-stationarity, it needs to have a physical reason for that in order to extrapolate that trend into the future. We can't just assume trends are infinitely increasing or something like that, but you have to have a physical deterministic mechanism in order to adjust for non-stationarity. Since 2018, we've seen now a number of really nice, I would say, community-driven papers, 2020, 2021, and 2022 from the international hydrology community, detailing some of the thoughtful responses to non-stationarity and how we can move forward. But ultimately, from all of these three large synthesis commentaries, we still don't have a suitable successor, is what they're telling us through that. That we can outline a number of techniques that have been published, research that has been done, but the community has not coalesced around ways to formally handle non-stationarity in the flood record. So where does that bring us now? So in 2023, the National Climate Assessment released its 5th assessment. This is a congressionally mandated report that comes out every 4 years, talking about the state of climate throughout a number of sectors. They always have a chapter on water. And 2 of their conclusions, key messages, were that climate change will continue to cause profound changes in the water cycle. And as our previous speaker just talked about, heavier rainfall, we know for certain is going to be a problem moving forward. We know that heavy downpours are going to become greater. Also, combining that with land use change is going to lead to these increases in flood damage. However, one of their other findings was that progress towards adaptation has been slow. And that's mainly because of wet and dry cycles that still continue in the natural variability in our climate. And so where does kind of federal guidelines stand on non-stationarity? So the last update to the federal guidelines is called Bulletin 17C informally. And this is essentially how the federal government outlines how we estimate flood frequency across the United States. This was a multi-authored report. John England from Army Corps is the lead author, but there were many different authors involved, both from private sector, from industry, from academia, and from federal entities. And what this says is that in those situations where we know there is non-stationarity, we need to essentially quantify the non-stationarity, we need to understand what's causing it, and then we need to adjust for it. But all of those adjustments need to be properly and fully justified in that analysis. And so this has been kind of at the USGS our guiding light as to how we approach the concept of non-stationarity and frequency-based statistics like the 100-year flood. So we're looking at questions like, where is change happening? How are things changing? What is causing the change? And then how do we adjust for that change? And I'm going to show you now some smattering of USGS research along that topic related to floods. So one study that we've done is looking at monotonic trends in that annual peak discharge. So it's the largest peak, one flood every year, the largest peak that was observed in that year. And what we see actually is a mix of increases and decreases in floods when we look at the annual peak. We see some areas regionally important, like in the Northeast United States, where we see floods increasing, but we also see just as equally places in the United States where floods are decreasing. And then the open triangles are places where there's a non-significant change. So we wanted to look deeper. Okay, that just gives us the maximum flood every year. But what about floods that occur more than once per year? We wanted to look at an analysis of that nationally. And when we do that, you can do things like look at not just the peak of that event, but you can look at the volume, duration, and the number of events that might occur per year. So imagine a case where we had Hurricane Helene and then we had Hurricane Milton, who both produced large floods in certain areas. In the flood record of annual instantaneous, one of those 2 floods would have been eliminated from the record, and only one is kept as part of the record to determine the 100-year flood. So we wanted to look at whether we saw significant changes in multiple events per year. And here again, you can see for a large part of the country, we don't see very much change at all in the different dimensions of flooding. We see, again, in the frequency of floods have increased in the Northeast United States. Maybe we see increases in the duration and volume in the central United States, but overall for the United States, we just see this fragmented pattern of change. So the next question we wanted to ask is, what about large floods? Okay, so we've looked at floods that occur more than once per year. We looked at floods that occur once per year, but what about the largest floods of record? So we looked at things like the 10 largest floods of record. We looked at a 50-year period and divided that into 2 equally sized 25-year periods. And you can see some examples here where we see floods equally divided. The largest 10 floods occurred equally between the past 25 and recent 25 years. We see an example where we see more floods in the recent 50 years. And then in the other example, we saw most of the historically large floods occurred in the past 25 years rather than the recent. And we know kind of from probability theory, right? If the floods are equally occurring by chance, we're going to see about, on average, half of the floods occur in the past 25 years and half of the floods occur in the recent 25 years. And then by chance, we'll have some stream gauges where there might be more or less. But this is what the ideal curve would look like if the floods were occurring, these largest floods were occurring by chance. And so what we do is we looked at the basically mapping to a histogram the most recent 25 years. So there's the case, we have 8 here, we have 2 here. And we did that repeatedly for about 430 gauges across the United States. And what we found is that largest floods, the largest 10 floods were actually occurring by chance, as expected. So we don't really see very much change in large floods either in the United States. I just want to mention too, so now we're looking more towards the attribution part. We were able to leverage our local knowledge. USGS has staff in all 50 states that do both hydrologic data collection and analysis of that data. And what we were able to do with this product is take for every stream gauge where we saw a statistically significant change recorded, we had the staff on the landscape subscribe a primary and secondary attribution cause for that particular change with the level of evidence. And you can obtain this data set from this particular, from Ryberg et al. Here. Another thing that we did was we used a methodology that was common in econometrics, but not very common in hydrology, to look at the effects of impervious cover. We are very honored to have Annalise Bloom, who is now the Deputy Secretary for Water and Science at DOI, led this study and applied this methodology. And what they discovered in this paper was that annual flood increases about 3.3%, the annual flood increases for every 1% change in impervious cover. And then another study that we're doing, this is actually interesting because it's a 3-agency study with FEMA, Army Corps of Engineers, and USGS, is to look at, can we improve flood frequency estimates when there is more than one flood generating mechanism in the record. So for example, we might have a particular area of the country that's affected by convective storms, that's affected by hurricanes, and that's also affected by snowpack. And so we want to know, if we model all of these different processes and then join them together, can we actually improve our estimates of things like the 100-year flood? We're also looking at methodologies to try to develop formal statistical hypotheses for when to make adjustments for change, and when the changes in the annual flood actually translate to changes in the 100-year flood. And that's this piece of work here with my colleagues at NC State. Okay, so we have before 17C, this is kind of the point I'd like to make, the main point I'd like to make is, first of all, that floods are increasing and decreasing across the United States. And so there's not a clear signal yet to break through the noise of climate change that all floods are increasing everywhere. And when we do have some sort of understanding of non-stationarity, we want to be able to incorporate that into flood guidelines. So we have, before 17C, we had Bulletin 17B that came out in 1982. And then in 2019, we had Bulletin 17C. But in between 1982 and 2019, these are just some examples of papers. We had many pieces of research, and the community came together and made a decision about when we should actually update flood frequency guidelines. That was 38 years between one update until now. So so now we're about 5 years out from the last update of Bulletin 17C. And I guess the question is, when will the community, I guess for all of us, is when will the community coalesce around some ideas about how we actually deal with non-stationarity and produce perhaps a Bulletin 17D? Okay, and so now some concluding thoughts. So really, in practice, there are still reasons why stationarity remains in place and remains the default assumption. So stationarity may be dead, but we are not ready to replace the observational data as of yet. We're still needing to pore over that and understand where there are changes, where there are not changes in the direction of that change. Flood frequency statistics are built into federal, state, and local regulations and design standards. They are entrained in these standards and require a community effort and collaboration to make changes in the methodology. And I really want to emphasize, it really does take community effort and collaboration to do this. There was a huge group of people that was involved in the 17C report, and we need to see that same effort done if we were to update for non-stationarity. As a community, we must seek new approaches to remain grounded in the historical data, but combine it with what we are learning about extreme weather. And so in the meantime, how do we collectively move forward, acknowledging non-stationarity, but honoring its uncertainties? And then lastly, the USGS provides objective and impartial science, and historically has played a critical role in collecting and serving the data that supports flood frequency analysis, determining the best approaches, and then providing the tools and training to actually implement whatever changes come along in flood frequency estimation. Okay, so with that, I'll end there. Yeah, thank you.
I'm afraid that in the interest of time, we're going to have to go to our next speaker, but there will be time for questions at the end of this. So our next speaker is Raghuveer Vinakola. Sorry, I butchered your name there. He is a PhD hydrologist from Princeton University. He's the Senior Vice President of Munich Reinsurance America, and located in Princeton, formerly with Swiss Re in developing probabilistic models for flood and storm surge.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so all that introduction meant that I'm a displaced hydrologist in the reinsurance industry, right? So been there for 14 years and have been trying to figure out what's the big thing that the insurance industry really looks at as compared to what scientists and academicians think about. And so I'll end by saying that adequacy is more important than accuracy for the insurance industry. And so, but to start with, let me give you a perspective of the numbers. I mean, why is flood risk a major issue? And I think Alice has given quite some great thoughts. And what I really always kind of repeat what she said is saying, to solve a problem, we need to acknowledge the problem first. So that's really at the core of the issue for us. I think the Joint Economic Committee says that the flood losses in the US impact about 1 to 2% of the GDP annually at this point. This is the current state of the environment. So that's an acknowledgement that we need. And yet we have a country that does not have a proper insurance market for flood insurance. We still rely on the government with the National Flood Insurance Program, with no flood maps in the US, no official flood maps in the US. As Alice said, those flood maps were called firm maps. Those were called flood insurance rate maps. That was basically designed to identify which regions require insurance from a mortgage perspective, but not communicating the risk of flooding. But now those maps are called flood maps, which for the common man and woman would be saying that these are communicating some risk. So any kind of hurricane in the recent times, you would have seen the news that oh, I didn't know we were at risk. Oh, I didn't think my home was at risk. By the way, the NFIP map said I was in an X zone, which means that there is no risk because I didn't need insurance, right? So there's a lot of misconception, a lot of lack of education in the perspective. And another number that I like to bring in terms of really highlighting the flood losses and bringing in an insurance perspective is the event of 2019 Mississippi River floods. This was an event that created or costed the United States $25+ billion of economic losses. What is that in comparison to the insurance losses? That was less than 500 million. So we're talking about less than 1% insurance in the entire Mississippi River watershed for that flooding event. So again, really highlighting what's really missing. So what I wanted to talk about today was really, again, from a resiliency to climate disasters and specifically focusing on flood. Let me start with what is risk from an insurance perspective, right? And by the way, I also wanted to say I'm actually representing myself today, which is great, right? You can ask me any number of questions, but limited to 10 minutes. So, but yeah, so what is risk? What is resilience? I'll just give you a perspective of what the insurance industry thinks about and how we tend to address this issue. And risk for us is a function of hazard, vulnerability, and exposure, right? So if we have a portfolio, we know that the hazard is changing. We're talking about the lack of stationarity. These are not questions for us in the insurance industry. That is absolutely a fact for us. We are seeing the losses increasing. So from a hazard perspective, we know that there is a requirement for a proper risk assessment on a continuous basis. I think Alice's book talks about something called an adaptive pathway. So we know what we know as of today, but that doesn't mean we just have to stop after that. We revisit this every few years, right? So that hazard is changing and it will need to be assessed properly. But at the same time, the big question for us, is that in our control? And the answer is absolutely no. It's not in our control, right? Because we can stop all emissions today, but the next 20 years has already been defined, right? That's how the climate operates. We all know this, right? So then moving to vulnerability. Is that in our control? That's our building stocks. That is how does our built environment, how does it react to these events, these hazards? Is that in our control? Yes, it is, to some extent, right? Can we manage our building codes? Can we manage our land use zones? Yes. In fact, I will mention here that the United States is one of the very few countries where the local communities are empowered to manage their risk. But are they doing that? Are they enforcing it? And if it is, then it did not have to take 6 years for the Harris County to actually have a flood building code. And so there's another concept that Alice mentions in her book. Is there a no more moment for these events for us? And that's really what's required, right? We should think that these kind of events should be the past, and we should make sure that because the vulnerability is in our control, we should be able to enforce some of these. We don't have to build back the same way. And that's what the insurance industry always recommends. And the best example we give from an insurance industry perspective is that of Hurricane Andrew was our no more moment. We started building our catastrophe models right after 1992. And the building codes in Florida are a great example how that market sustained, and that even today, right, Hurricane Matthew went through the Florida Panhandle. But now recently, Hurricane Helene went through the same area. The losses were much less. Why? Because when they were built, the homes were built to a newer building code. So building codes work. So back to the point, vulnerability absolutely is on our control. Slow moving, but we got to start somewhere. Exposure, is that in our control? And the answer is, if you ask an insurance company versus another insurance company, yes, they can control it. But as a society, how much is that in our control? I mean, after the pandemic, there was so much movement of people from lots of regions to Arizona, Texas, Florida. These are the regions where the exposure has gone above proportions. Not in our control, but again, comes back to, if we had proper vulnerabilities, building codes, land use zones, then that exposure could have grown in a better way, right? So that's also the reason why it goes back to the point that the vulnerability has to be addressed. So what's resilience for us then, right? And from a resilience standpoint, the insurance industry always brings the fact that resilience also has not only the physical resilience, which is the risk mitigation part of it, but also financial resilience. And what is a financial resilience? That is the insurance, right? Which is basically a financial instrument that provides a sum of money right after the event to recover from that unforeseen event. And I'd like to underline that. I'll come back to that unforeseen event, right? So that's the financial resiliency is what we as an insurance industry like to think about. Then I want to come to another point of a risk transfer continuum. And what's a risk transfer continuum? And so a risk transfer is basically what we talk about insurance, the premiums. But to have a risk transfer, there are two other concepts that come before. And it starts with risk assessment first, so that the risk can be communicated better. And after that comes the risk management, so that we can mitigate some of the risk. And then comes the risk transfer. So comes back to the point of an unforeseen event is what a risk transfer can cover. So insurance by definition should have some uncertainty to it, because it's an unforeseen event that we are trying to address. It's a risk pool. But if these events are going to start happening more frequently and with a higher intensity, the challenge becomes that insurance also creates a virtuous feedback loop. How does that happen? Because there is an underlying risk. Now, these are complex models that we have, these stochastic models, the probabilistic models, but what's inside them is two variables, which is, if we look at it from that stationarity aspect, right, there is all the events that have happened in the past. We take the mean of it, and we take the standard deviation, right? So this is what these models are looking at. Now, the standard deviation, the mean, by the way, to begin with, if we lose that stationarity, we're basically creating that, seeing that trend. That means the past is not a representation of the future, which means that the mean is going up by a notch as we see more and more events of these extreme severity and frequency. But that's really not our challenge. The challenge is the standard deviation, because we are now seeing more extreme events. So which means that the uncertainty just went up. Now, I said that uncertainty is required for the insurance to be in place because it's for an unforeseen event. But if the uncertainty increases substantially, then it has to be priced in. And that price increase is not linear. With the standard deviation, it goes exponentially up, right? So that's really what's really happening here. So there's only two ways to address that and break that cycle. One, by making sure that we mitigate the risk, right? So the frequency events, we make sure that the communities are protected. There are better flood walls, there is more nature-based solutions. These are ways to mitigate the risk, right? That way, the insurance premiums can stabilize over time. However, if that's not something that we enforce, then the next step is for the insurance industry to raise your deductibles, right? Because ultimately, that's, again, the frequency events that we are playing in. If those events are happening with a certain certainty, then it's not insurance anymore. That is trading dollars. And that's when the insurance companies have, traditionally, that's how it has happened, right? When events like hurricanes have happened and more frequently, the deductibles went from $500 to 3% to 5%, right? That's how Florida market is. That's the same thing with earthquake. That's the same thing with severe convective storms. So these are the only two ways, risk mitigation or risk retention. So that's the only way the insurance industry can play with these to stabilize the insurance market. And by the way, I know that there is a lot of news about insurance industry pulling out of some markets, and that's a major concern. So I like to say that no insurance company is happy to do that. It's really our last choice to pull out of a market, because it goes against any insurance company's business model to pull out of a market. Because if I do that, that means I just removed a little bit of a diversification of my portfolio. So my rest of the portfolio got more concentrated. So that's not what we want, right? So then from a flood perspective, what we have recently started looking at least at Munich Re, was some blind spot risks. And that is the dams and the levees. Some of the infrastructure in this country is really old. The National Inventory of Dams reports one of the dams being 384 years old. So we have these dams, right? On an average, so we did our own analysis, proprietary analysis, so using AI, using data analytics, and so on. And we identified out of the 90,000 dams, there's 1,084 dams that are at high risk of failure and a high risk with an exposure to our insurance portfolio. Again, we're an reinsurance company. We're not going to look into emergency management. That's the job of Army Corps. They do an excellent job at it. But when we talk about exposure management, that's when we create these tools. And 1,084 dams at a high risk, on an average, the average age of these dams are more than 100 years. So 1,100 dams, more than 100 years old. And that is the state of, now why is this a problem? The concentration of these dams are in the Northeast. If you go to Texas, it's basically Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio. If you go into California, it's Los Angeles and San Francisco. And then in the middle of the country, it's Denver focused or Chicago focused. But this is where the exposure is. And so when a major event happens like hurricanes, these infrastructures can also be under a major risk of failure. So a Category 3 hurricane for us in the Northeast, hitting something like Superstorm Sandy did, would expose up to 78 dams currently. So that's another blind spot risk that we have to deal with, because ultimately it has. So final point, then I think that's why my point is we have to really address that risk assessment, and so that the communication of risk is proper. And to bring it back to, we don't have to worry about accuracy, it's the adequacy is more important. So with that, I'll stop.
And again, we're going to hold our questions till after all four of these speakers. Let me introduce our next speaker, Kongjan Yu, Director of Design. He is a Doctor of Design degree from Harvard Graduate School, a Professor of Landscape Architecture and Urban Regional Planning at Peking University in China, and the founder of Turinscape, a private practice of urban landscape architecture in China. So a different perspective about this case, about how we can change flood behavior.
Thank you, Bob. And thank you, Rahul. You mentioned three things we have to deal with flood: insurance, dam, which we call gray infrastructure, or nature-based solution, right? So my speech is basically about nature-based solution. I call it sponge city and sponge planet. So when we're talking about flood, we have to think that climate change is not just about flood. It's a syndrome, okay? It's about desertification, it's a fire, it's a drought, it's certainly sea level rising. So we are talking about that adaptations there. So then you will see they will fail. They already fail, and they can continue to fail, right? So that's what we built in the last 300 years. We keep investing in these kind of things. It failed in China, it failed in America, it failed in Libya, it failed in Brazil this year, early this year. 5 dams failed at the same time. And it failed in Kenya And even in Saudi, I mean, even Saudi in dry desert, you can imagine. So that's what we gonna invest again, or are you going to put more money on that? They're gonna fail because uncertainty is increasing, right? So it can be a huge amount of investment. I don't know, you have a calculation. And it's beyond that. Investing in dam and levee and concrete will create more climate issues, carbon emissions. 8% of carbon emission come from concrete, right? So why and how this conventional infrastructure gonna fail? Because climate change. That's number one. But two, all this infrastructure is built based on the European criteria. We have to remember that. They're all invented in those early developed countries, in London, in Netherlands even. But when you look at their precipitation pattern, right? They're evenly distributed every month, right? Usually. That's a Mediterranean, the climate you can see. But we import those kind of technology and this kind of model to monsoon region, to regions where and they certainly fail, right? Will continue to fail. And beyond the local flood, we have sea level rising, of course. But our colleagues from USGS mentioned that 40% of sea level rising come from the drainage, from the groundwater, the depletion of groundwater, which means you drain away the flood, you cause sea level rising. 40%, okay, max 40%. That's, you correct me if my data is wrong. So we talk about nature-based solution. But nature-based, where is nature, right? Everywhere is nature. You plant tree, you recover wetland. Now we need to focus. That's why, that's the key. We need to use nature as infrastructure. We build infrastructure based on nature, but not nature everywhere. So that's the key is a sponge city, all right? And nature-based ecological infrastructure centered on water, centers water, or nature-based or water-based, I will have to say, water-based, because water means everything, right? And water must be considered as a drainage system. It's not, there are three kinds of waters. Flood, I mean three kinds of flood: local, regional, global, right? But my solution is only one solution. We can fix everything together. Now that's a holistic solution. Water is a holistic solution. Retain water at the source, slow down water flow, and embrace water at the sink, at the end, which are totally opposite to the solution we are used today. The rules today, we accumulate water to build a dam, we speed up the flow when water flow, and we build a flood wall against the water when water at the sink. So totally opposite. Now, how can make a nature-based solution work? Inspiration, the monsoon culture. Climate change means the global climate will be like monsoon-like. But remember, we do have monsoon climate. I mean, most of the underdeveloped countries are under monsoon climate. China, for example, for 2,000 years, the Yellow River swept the whole China floodplain for 2,000 years. Many of the cities have been flooded hundreds of times. Now that's why the failure and the experience of the success it is a lab, it is an experiment. So it makes the Chinese cities learn how to adapt this kind of changing climate, which you can see they build a city in water and build water in the city. That's I call the origin of a sponge city, right? Work with water. So the strategy, so that's the monsoon culture. But we do have techniques. And these techniques can be very simple, low tech, transforming the global surface. Imagine. So most of the global surface has been transformed. 70% of the global surface has been transformed. And for this culture, terracing, the slope, in the dry land even, right? To cultivate the rice paddy and cultivate fish even on the steep slope. And certainly create pond and dike system in the marsh when you have too much water, or build an island over the water in like Aztec people, like Mexican. So that's adaptation to too much water, too little water. So by upgrading, by scientific understanding and reviving this kind of fairly indigenous traditional knowledge, we'll be able to develop this modular approach, which means we can use this kind of technology fast, efficient, right? So modularize it. We create these different modules. For example, terracing, weiring, diking, and ponding, and islanding, and eventually create this kind of modular technique that can operate at large scale efficiently. So this is what I did in the past 30 years, basically. For example, right? Detention water at the source, I mean, in the city, local flood. This is Sanya city is monsoon flood every year. We get 500 millimeter precipitation in one day. That's a climate change, you can imagine. So that's a blue area you can see. This area you can imagine can be flooded. But only those red area where people and flood conflict. So you have to fix those points. You can solve the problem. Again, simple solution, terracing, ponding, islanding. You create a 1 square kilometer size of, we call it a sponge park, right in the middle of the city, and operate and being executed in just in 1 year, right? 1 year. Third year, the second years later, 2 years later, you will see it's become a lush vegetation, a beautiful park, a sponge that can even reduce the pollution and create a habitat for biodiversity, and certainly beautiful park for the people. And catalyst urban development, increase the property value 400%. Now this image was taken just a week ago, and I visited. I took Glenn actually. He was visiting this site. Flooded, heavily flooded, but 2 days later, beautiful park, right? Flooded. So this 1 square kilometer size of park can remediate, can become remediate 2 million cubic meter of stormwater, which is about 10 square kilometer of size of the urban area. So that's about local flood. Yeah, comparison in just 5 years, you see before and after. Before flooded, after. See, the park actually become a catalyst for urban development. Before and after, yeah. So that's, and certainly we can do in other part of the world. That's in Bangkok. Similar situation, right in the middle of the city in Bangkok, we created this central park in just 1 year, virtually in 1 year, right? Simple, but beautiful, biodiverse, and certainly it can be operated by the army, right? So the Royal Army actually takes a job, no skill needed, simple, low tech, just by cut and fill, use this kind of, we call it low tech, solves the problem, right? And slow down the process. During the flow, slow down the process. Now this is another case in Haikou, Hainan Island, 20 miles of the river. Traditional, conventional strategy is to build a wall, stretching it, and keep building higher and higher wall. And never solves the problem of flood, never solves the problem of pollution, because when you have a concrete channel, you have lose all the self-cleaning system. Yeah? So we simply remove the concrete. The whole river been dechannelized, naturalized, terraced, and catch all the stormwater runoff and clean the stormwater and turn this whole gray infrastructure into green sponge river, finished in 1 year, right? That's clean water. That's simple. You can see from gray to green, right? That's only 1 year. Now the data, we have the data, okay? 85% of the nutrient can be removed if we can transform the concrete channel into a naturalized channel. 85% of nutrient. Phosphorus, potassium, yeah. And at the end, we are talking about sea level rising. Build a wall, right? That's our common Army Corps solution. That's build the wall. They're already under the construction. So we are successfully convinced the local decision maker to not build the wall. Instead, let the water come in. Create a landform which actually reduces the force of nature, allows the mangrove to grow. Because where the fresh water and the salt water mix together, create brackish water, that create a habitat for mangrove. Now that become a resilient seawall, virtually a sponge seawall, right? But we can not just a part, we have to think as the big solution, building the seawall, right? Here, we are talking about miles and miles of seawall, that's in Haikou. Remember, once they build the seawall, they actually kill the vegetation because when the surge come, the water flip over and cause the salt deposit here, salinization, right? Salinization. So we chop off the seawall actually and create a breathing seawall, right? Let water flip over, but go back to the ocean. That's before and this after, right? And this after. So that's the green and blue, green and gray together to create a more resilient seawall. That's a seawall today. So all integrate all kind of functions, right? For people, carbon sequestration, flood protection. Now that's a test. We have the test. That's before the wall was built, right? That's the design, that's built. And this year, the historical, the largest Yagi typhoon, you see, very little destruction. But compared to this one with conventional seawall, that's a conventional seawall in the same city, on the same location almost, as normal, conventional. This nature-based seawall, breathing seawall, that's normal. So that's what I can say, that nature-based solution can be a solution, and water is the key. That's why it is as infrastructure, right? So future research, certainly nature-based solution is so-called innovative or innovation, but actually centuries old. But we do need scientific study. That's my suggestion. We have future study for David, you to think about. Why and how conventional gray infrastructure fails, a national and global cooperative research, right? Why 5 dams failed? Why 300 dams going to fail? That's we need research. Performance evaluation of sponge city and sponge planet. What I talked about sponge planet, sponge city, nature-based solution still need a lot of data to support, of course, right? I think we need to put attention on the research performance study. The third is in-depth understanding of sponge planet and sponge city practice in addressing global climate change. Now, we are all playing carbon is a major problem of climate change. Do we really understand how 70% of global surface change actually affect climate change? We don't, I didn't have any convincing research on that yet. It's not been built into the model yet. Is carbon really the most important one? Maybe not. Maybe water is more important. So that's my hypothesis. Need more data support, of course. The fourth one is database grounded in real world data. We have beautiful Google-based map of global water database, but we don't have ground-based data to say, here's engineering solution, here different engineering solution and cause different levels of damage. Now that needed to be fixed. So fourth is policy shift. If we say that nature-based solution can fix your problem of insurance cost, we have to change the policy. Not nationally, not only national, but global. We need to divert UN policy to divert the international financing system to put not 5%, maybe 60%, even 20%, I think will be enough to fix the global climate. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're gonna hold questions again. We will have time for questions after our fourth speaker. Our fourth speaker of this session is Maureen Lichtfeld. She's the Dean of Public Health School at the University of Pittsburgh. She's Vice Chair of the Council of the National Academy of Medicine and works on climate and health focus, particularly in the Caribbean, but also across the world. And worked extensively on the Deepwater Horizon impacts in Louisiana. So Dr. Lichtfeld, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The team is going to manage my slides.
Yep, give us just 1 second.
Okay, thank you. And I should say at the start of my presentation that the colleagues who went before me set me up so nicely to talk about the so what from a community's perspective. So I was asked to look at challenges and solutions through the lens of community resilience, and that's what I'll do today. I should say that I spent 15 years in the Gulf, and so went through Hurricane Katrina as well as the Gulf Mexico oil spill. Before that, I spent about almost 18 years at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, particularly at the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. And you're right, I do a lot of work in the Caribbean. I will use reverse technology transfer to see how things could work here. Next, please. So, when we in the past thought about and talked about flooding, we always thought it was in the Gulf only. And yet, of course, increasingly, we see flooding is happening everywhere in our country and in many areas on the globe. And so these are examples of the Midwest. Next, please. In Spain, people got very upset, apparently threw tomatoes and raw eggs to the king and the queen of Spain when they visited because there was no help coming to them quickly enough. And I enjoyed the conversation around insurance policy because that's exactly why people are frustrated. After Hurricane Katrina, where I lost everything, FEMA frankly was a four-letter word. Next, please. So here's a good example of when things matter. After Hurricane Katrina, and I was honored to be on a NASEM consensus committee to look at how we classify and assess morbidity, significant morbidity and mortality after Hurricane Katrina. This is what really happened. In addition to the flooding that occurs, the nation, our country, were paying finally attention when there was an aha moment. And that aha moment is that all the 100 milliliter IV bags were made in Puerto Rico. So all of a sudden, the mainland was short of IV bags. That's when we really started to pay attention. And there were a number of solutions that we came up with from a chemical perspective. If you go to from a medical perspective, to go to the next slide, please. So temporary approval from the FDA to get more, to increase the import, going to oral instead of IV solutions. But what was really important is that there was an accelerated, after this realization, after this aha moment, there was an accelerated focus on getting relief and recovery efforts going. And that began with having the Jones Act being activated so that we could get more shipments into into Puerto Rico. So it took a real shortage on the mainland to get the aha moment of the suffering that the people in Puerto Rico were having after Hurricane Maria. Next, please. So Hurricane Helene, you know, I sat next to, yesterday I was at a conference, I was speaking at a conference, and I sat next to someone who lives in North Carolina, and in the western part of North Carolina. They were still recovering or getting a grip on what really happened in Asheville. So if you look at the production and what happened in the agricultural piece, you see the damage. So it's not this is making it real for real people, because when we lose poultry and the impact on vegetables and the impact on cattle, it becomes real. Next, please. The costs become real too. This is Virginia, and you see the farm losses from timber to hay to beef cattle. And so this is the true impact at the community level of severe flooding and other severe weather events. Next, please. So there are solutions, but there are also trade-offs. And so in environmental health, we always look at risk-benefit, do a risk-benefit analysis. So here are some of the solutions and the trade-offs, and much of that played as well after Hurricane Katrina with the levees. And so you could block the water, but then you have increased flood impacts downstream. You could fix the drainage infrastructure, but it will impact downstream as well. You could remove the debris from the flooding, but that sometimes is expensive to farmers. I was part of an environmental justice suit. In fact, for the first time, the environmental justice prevailed in court, where a municipal landfill where our garbage goes into, regular garbage, was reopened back then in New Orleans to get rid of cars and batteries and refrigerators and all things that do not go in a municipal landfill, rather in a hazardous waste landfill, and contaminated heavily the bayou there, where Vietnamese fisher folks where that was their way of their sole source of protein. And so that was one of the few instances where environmental justice actually prevailed, and the landfill was then subsequently closed. Next, please. So let me take you to, as we know, at least the science tells us that mosquitoes don't know country borders, so they come in. The Aedes aegypti mosquito is now part of us. And these are the data in 2024 of both travel and locally related cases. And so I want to take you to the next slide, though, to show you these are locally acquired cases. These are cases that are not travel related. And while this year, we only saw increased number of cases in Florida and California, in recent years, we saw cases as well as in Louisiana, in Hawaii, in Arizona, and California. And so the mosquito can live, the Aedes aegypti mosquito loves flood waters. The mosquito loves flood waters because they love turbulent water, particularly when in the drainage infrastructure is not working well, where it can thrive. It also is a daytime mosquito, and unlike the malaria mosquito, the Anopheles mosquito, it's a nighttime mosquito. This one is a daytime mosquito. So there's, other than personal protective equipment, there's not a lot that we can do. The point I'm making is that because of climate and increased flooding and our unpreparedness to deal with that from an infrastructure perspective and from a community resilience perspective, we're getting locally acquired dengue cases. What's also concerning to me as a physician is that many physicians do not learn enough about, many medical students do not learn enough about how to treat what were traditionally tropical diseases. Next, please. And so, yes, we can protect ourselves. We can wear long sleeves, and we can wear, long pants. We could we could use DEET to spray. We could control mosquitoes indoors. But we particularly do educate healthcare providers who are currently practicing of how to deal with patients with dengue. I could tell you that when I was practicing in the Amazon rainforest, where I come from in the Caribbean, people, my colleagues and myself immediately were able to identify my dengue case as infection. When I went back 30 years later and was subsequently infected with dengue type 4, my colleagues here in the US had a tough time finding it because my symptoms looked like I had the flu. What is critical for us to be able to deal with dengue is to look at dengue just like we're dealing with any other flood-related impact. And that's for state and local municipalities. And I agree with Alice, who said that they must address at the local level deficient systems, but you can't address it if you don't have the funds to do so. Next, please. So I will take you to the Caribbean, not because it's wonderful to visit and I work there every year, but to show you how there is an opportunity when it comes to flooding to do a reverse technology transfer. So here is the example. Next, please. Small island development states, those are the islands that we go to on vacation because we love the beaches, but they're particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. So they're disproportionately vulnerable if you compare them with the resources that they have to address flooding and other climate change related issues. The climate resilient systems are essential for them to continue to have not only any services, tourism is one of those for us, but to continue to have health services for their communities. The Pan American Health Organization launched a phase 2 of smart hospitals to retrofit existing. And why it's important and why I'm sharing it with you today, because this can be true for any small hospital in our country, any rural hospital, any federal qualified health center in a flooding area, and there were many in the Gulf South. What's happened here? And so they trained over 1,200 individuals, and they assessed 415 facilities in 7 countries. They retrofitted 55 of those health facilities, and that's what I want to share with you now. Next, please. What we focused on in a current study that we're about to publish is to look at how these retrofitted facilities, or not retrofitted facilities, dealt with diabetes mortality after a severe weather event. So we considered 4 domains based on which we assessed them. One is how many people needed to be served or are at risk, the population served by a given health facility. We then assign, with the PAHO methodology, a hospital safety index for pre and post. So looked at what they were before in terms of their risk level and what they were after the retrofitting. And then we looked at disasters and severe weather events over the last 10 years. And then overlaid on top of that, the diabetes mortality data. Next, please. So here are just a tidbit of what we saw. So there were efforts, again, at the governmental and the local level in the 7 countries that we looked at. And here are 2 of those countries. Here's the hospital safety index for Guyana and for Jamaica. Now, if I tell you that green is good and red is not good, as we generally, have on our stoplights too, you could see that post retrofitting, Guyana is doing a lot better than Jamaica. Now, you would think Jamaica has a much higher GDP, but Guyana, of course, is growing tremendously because of oil exploration. So why is this? Why is Guyana doing much better, both from the agricultural components, particularly from the electrical systems, from the laboratory system, and from the water supply? Why is this happening? What are the causes of that? Next, please. So when we look at Guyana and Jamaica, and we overlay what you just saw from the hospital safety index with what's happening with the age standardized that for diabetes in Guyana and in Jamaica. Look what we're seeing. And so you see the different periods of floods and the different periods of storms. You see that the death rate in Jamaica has gone up, whereas the death rate, although it is a lot higher in Guyana, has stayed steady. And so this is a clear indication that retrofitting the hospital to provide continuity of care is actually working. Next, please. So just a tidbit of preliminary data I was able to share with you, showing that it can help to make hospital facilities more climate resilient, but it truly depends on local capacity and local support. So what we did, and this is coming out then towards very soon, is we developed a framework for low resource areas, whether it's a country in the Caribbean or a rural area in our country, how to decide when to invest to make a hospital smart. Next, please. And so we took the 4 domains of the population served, the health condition that we're focusing on, in our case was diabetes, what the types of weather and severe climate event was, in this case is what flooding, and the facility, the baseline of the facility that we needed to retrofit. We went through using a scientific principle of looking at both the methods, the methodology, but particularly the contextual factors. And one of those contextual factors is what are the health disparities that we're currently dealing with? What are the cultural practices that we're currently dealing with? And then make a decision in terms of risk and benefits, whether or not we would go forward with implementing a retrofitting a facility, or whether we needed additional evidence. So that will be then a framework for action, not only for those states, but could be in a reverse technology transfer kind of way, a framework for us to take action in any, whether it's smarting hospitals, or whether it's putting in levees, or whether it's developing drainage system. This is a framework to be able to make decisions around that. Next, please.
We need to wrap up in the next 2
Yeah,
minutes.
I will. And so community resilience, as you heard from others, really depends on 6 areas, what we call the capitals. You've heard about the natural and infrastructure. We even talked about financial. We talked a bit about political, but more from a policy perspective. But I want to focus on the social and psychosocial pieces, elements of the human and cultural components, because that's what creates community resilience. And I fully agree with Alice that particularly our native communities do not want to move as an individual. They want to move as a whole. So how do we create that resilience for them? Next, please. To do that and to focus on an area of science, these are the 5 pillars that, again, this is another National Academies of Sciences a consensus report, focus on how we bring data together, how we strengthen the infrastructure, how we assure funding, particularly in the inter-disaster period, how we work with community capital, and how we make the governance of a specific place work for those communities. And I think my last slide is coming up. And so our focus is on precision public health, where we tailor the risks and the interventions to what the assets are in the community. So that's a model, that's a framework that we're using, whether it's for infectious disease, and in this case, for flooding, as a strategy to use and to build on community resilience for interventions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the speakers to come to the front table, and we'll take some time for some questions and answers. So everybody, while we're moving, you can be thinking of your questions for any one of the speakers. Lucia.
Thank you for all your presentations. Definitely something to think about. I actually wanted to kind of go back to some of the discussions that we had around nature-based solutions and insurance and all those pieces. I think one thing that you mentioned was, we have taken our system here from the West and we are sort of implementing it as a stamping all different countries and communities without necessarily thinking the unintended consequences of a model that was built for different environments. And I think it makes me wonder, for example, what works in a monsoon-driven climate, which is creating that space, the land, and all that, might not even work, for example, let's say in a different climate, for example, in Africa, let's say different parts of Africa, obviously Africa is a huge continent, or might not work in South America. So I wonder what do you think is the strategy when we are thinking about nature-based solution? What's the strategy around identifying local solutions that have worked for centuries and enhance those rather than, again, saying, oh, the horizontal levee worked in California and it works in China, so definitely it's going to work somewhere else too, right? So I'm wondering, what is the strategy there? Like, how can we identify local solutions that can be invested in and enhanced or like enabled to be expanded or protected?
Yeah, of course, that's a very good questions. I have to say that the water is a common everywhere. We have water shortage virtually, and so when you have too much water and too little water is a common issue anywhere. Even in the desert, as I mentioned, you have flash flood, right? And in the monsoon area, you have dry season. So best climate, I would say, in Mediterranean, we have every month you have. So that's why you have pastoral landscape, right? You don't have to irrigate. It just depends on the sky. So I will say, my principles, we identified this kind of retain water at the source. Whenever water fall, keep it. Slow down water whenever water flow, reduce the velocity and retain it. And whenever water reach the end, which is a lake or a river or a sea, you cannot fight against that. Which means you retreat, or you raise a building, or you raise even your threshold. That's very tiny solution can solve the problem. So all different indigenous people have this kind of solutions. But as a principle is the same. Three principles, I think, are the same. If you go to Thailand, they have the first floor open, right? So that's and there's the same problem with Africa. The problem with Africa is actually, Africa has beautiful climate, but it's because they have very, agricultural history is not well developed, I would say, based on primitive natural economy. So if you have minimum touch, transforms the ground, catch water, you immediately find that you have more productive land. And there's many examples of that.
Can I do a quick follow-up on that? I think then the question comes after that, which is, how do you measure the performance of these systems to justify investment, right? Like, I think we all agree it's good to preserve the nature as an ally, however form it is. But then how, like, for example, how did you make it work versus the gray infrastructure that obviously it's much more specific?
Yeah, I think that's the key. That's the key. That's why I think that will be focused for the nature, for the foundation to put more energy, put more fund on that. But certainly we have a lot of data to we call the performance study. So POE study or post-operational study. And for example, this kind of, just I have shown you, right? It's a flood. It's measurable and even because it's based on the capacity, how can you hold water? It is measurable. We have data about that. And certainly you have other benefit, carbon sequestration, measurable, biodiversity, measurable, economic benefit based on this measurable. It is measurable, simply, but we don't have this kind of model, simplified model as a hydrological model. We don't have this kind of model yet because that's too easy. So scientific knowledge is simplified, you create a model. But the nature-based solution, it is very complicated, but it is measurable based on statistical data. Yeah.
Jennifer Tank.
If I may quickly add, I would say in a country like the United States where insurance is so well integrated into the system, I think that's the benefits from an insurance industry needs to happen. I think there was a report by the Climate Policy Initiative on building climate resilience and bringing these chief resilience officers closer and work with the insurance industry. That has been missing completely. Right? Just a conversation with the chief resilience officer, like his or her main objective is to make sure that these mitigation measures are put in place so that their communities are safer, so that not even a single life is lost. That's just generally how they work. But then can there be additional objectives, right? And how the benefit, how it benefits from the affordability and the insurability of those communities, that needs to bring into the equation. And a report by the Nature Conservancy and Munich Re showed that over the Missouri River, a nature-based solution as simple as just a levee setback. This is not like building anything, just setting back the levee, reduce the insurance premiums for 1,500 homes by 65%. So these are the numbers that really need to be brought into the equation.
Now, what we didn't discuss is, do we have the workforce to make those nature-based solutions happen? I think we can have wonderful plans, but if we don't have that transdisciplinary workforce to make it happen, the community is still, at a loss. We can have elegant science, but if we can't make that science work for communities, we're not going to do what the ultimate goal is, and that's not only to avoid deaths, but I may not have had enough time to emphasize the long-term impacts of these floodings and the long-term impacts of the disasters. When we, after Hurricane Katrina, when we did our research around exacerbation of asthma attacks in kids, yes, there were 79 different mold spores that we could identify, and yes, was mold related, algae related, but the second most frequent reason why kids 5 to 9 diagnosed with moderate to severe asthma had asthma attacks were losing a pet, their little dog or cat, or changing schools twice in a year. So thinking about the long-term consequences, the long-term psychosocial consequences of people, I'm currently heavily involved in the East Palestine strain derailment, is real. And often we focus on what's immediate because we see it, and we don't focus on what we don't see and what lasts a lot longer than what we see.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to Jennifer Tank.
Great. Thanks so much. What a great session. Appreciate all your talks. My question is for Stacy about stationarity. Alive, dead, or did we just lose the body? I feel like I wanted to ask a question about the smaller systems, the headwater systems. Most of the, sort of gold standard USGS gauging that provides the data for analysis are a little bit bigger systems. And maybe the dampening of the signal of climate change, of non-stationarity, is lost a little bit down system. And I wondered if creating a network that monitors our headwaters would be great, but is there a way to analyze that sort of subset for a stronger signal of non-stationarity?
There we go. Yeah, no, thank you. That's an excellent point. Yes, more gauges would be wonderful. Thank you. More seriously, that is a good point. There have been studies that have looked at the relationship of drainage area to basically non-stationarity. And there has been a weak relationship, but not so much. But as you point out, our stream gauge network is biased. So even looking at just a subset of our stream gauges doesn't really get at the question that you're trying to address. That's still a question. Headwater streams even come up for us when we're trying to even map perennial intermittence, stream permanence, and that's from a stationary perspective, we still are trying to get at those types of questions. So yeah, thank you for that. Yeah.
Well, just
good point.
one aspect I thought maybe even without the gauging you could do, I thought that attribution exercise that you did with the spreadsheet where the local on the ground put in an attribution. I wonder if there's a way to use that network to say, well, tell me about the headwaters that feed the system that we have gauged. What did you see there? What's your gut there? I just think that because if you talk to people on the ground, their experience is, oh my gosh, that kind of flood again, so I think on the ground, people are feeling it. And I just wondered if, anyway, you've got an amazing network.
I think you're absolutely right. I think it allows me to kind of emphasize more the dissatisfaction that we see with the flood record, like in that this disparity between increases in some places and decreases in others. And we really haven't seen that signal breakthrough when people's experience seemed to be quite the opposite of that. And so it's something that we also are careful about because we see climate change for certain in the temperature record. We absolutely see it in the precipitation record. A hotter atmosphere, warmer atmosphere holds more water, and then therefore we get heavier downpours. That's settled science, I would say. But the flood record is still, kind of inching along, if you will, in a way to try to understand, what's really going on there. Has the signal broken through the noise, and what's happening? So the complexity, I appreciate you speaking to that complexity. So thank you. Yeah.
Martin. Oh, Amy.
Thank you all so much. This was very enlightening. And as I'm pondering what you shared, it seems, I guess, maybe it's obvious, but we're trying to reduce uncertainty, right? So we want better data, better prediction of flooding. And that stands in the face with insurance, right? Because insurance is about uncertainty. We're trying to get better certainty. So I'd be interested to hear more about that, but also regardless, we need mitigation, and regardless of these flood predictions, we've got dams that are about to fail and we need to do something now. So I'd like to hear more about timeline of mitigation because we need to do it regardless of our predictions. And so these green solutions are very attractive, but what are the barriers to implementation in the US? Is it financial? Is it cultural? Is it just the code by which we, business as usual? I'd love to hear more on this.
I can go first. There are a couple of people in the room that have heard me saying this quite a few times. And so I would say the 10,000 pound gorilla in the room is the Stafford Act. If we do not change the Stafford Act, there's nothing we can do about this because it's the Disaster Recovery Act, right? And in the Disaster Recovery Act, we're basically saying that after an event, 75% of the money will be flowing from the federal government to the local communities. So what's the incentive for a community to do anything, right? And that is changing, but right, the reason for that is changing is because, again, I mentioned about the Mississippi River floods. It took 3 years for the money to go from the federal government to the local communities. So how long are these communities going to wait? $1 today is worth $4. It's more than $4 tomorrow. I mean, these are studies that have been happening so many times. So we really need to come back to that Stafford Act is saying, what can we do with pre-disaster mitigation better? Once we acknowledge that and once we start addressing that, I think we can get to that, whether it's the nature-based or the gray infrastructure or the combination that really gets to the solving the problem.
I couldn't agree more with you. I just finished teaching disasters and I used that complicated, and perhaps I should have shared it with you, the complicated way to when a disaster happened all the way to when it goes to the community using through the Stafford Act, and it takes forever. It is the Stafford Act that was not very instrumental or not instrumental at all in New Orleans. And so how we implement federal assistance not in the response phase of the disaster management cycle, but in the preparedness phase, in the inter-disaster period, when nothing happens that's sexy enough to make the news. That's where we invest. And that is the major change that needs to happen to the Stafford Act. And yes, I agree with the person who asked the question that there are significant cultural influencing factors for people to decide to move or not to move. For example, with the United Homa Nation, where flooding has basically taken over their land, not everybody moved because the importance of their cultural cohesion. So those are not insignificant influencing factors.
So I have to get to the question about what's the barrier? Why we don't practice nature-based solution? First of all, the mentality, business as usual. We are in the school, we are still teaching the business as usual model of engineering. I think that may be needed to be changed.
Martin.
Yeah, I guess a couple things. I would push back on that, having come just from the Corps of Engineers, that if we build something and people get flooded, there's a lawsuit that happens. I assume, Raghavir, this is in your neck of the woods. So my concern with nature-based solutions is I don't see how these scale to a 30-inch precipitation event, which is what we're really talking about, is Hurricane Helene kinds of things. And number two, if they're not convertible into engineering designs, they aren't actually implementable for flood control or for flood mitigation. So that's the concern I have with nature-based solutions in general. But Stacey, I think yours is the one that was kind of more jarring to me, and even the dialogue that we've had since then of, it feels like we know floods are changing. We can't find it in the data. So we're just going to keep looking a little bit more and see. So I'm kind of curious, like, as a hydrologist, is it like, we know it's there, we have to keep looking, or we haven't seen, like, climate hasn't changed enough to affect floods? I mean, at what point is this almost like faith-based hydrology of, we know it's there, we just don't see it in the data yet? And so I'm a little bit cautious that we are looking for something, but the data is kind of pushing back on us and saying that these floods aren't really changing.
Yeah, that's a great question. Right, quantitative analysis is the hallmark of USGS analysis. I think that we can see regional patterns. We know in the Northeast United States, certainly the magnitude of floods is increasing and the number of floods are increasing. We see in the central US, we see strong trends for increasing in volume and duration of events. But what we don't have is a prescription for the entire United States as to how to handle that. And I'm just going to take this opportunity to bounce off of your point and state that this is why I think it's really important that there needs to be coordination and federal cooperation together. And we did have that at one time. There was the I had to get the Advisory Committee on Water Information. They had a subcommittee on hydrology that brought together actually private industry, it brought together academics, and it brought together a number of federal agencies. And we talked about collectively, what are we all seeing? What are the changes that we need to make potentially with how we estimate floods, and where do we need to make those changes? But that committee has since been named and active in 2020. And so we don't really have a space right now to bring all of those people together. The academies could be, an option for that, so that we can come together as a community and decide how we make updates that are either regionally specific or for the entire United States based on what we're seeing in the data. I know I'm not specifically addressing your point of how much of this is faith-based, but I think routine analysis of our records is always necessary for looking for trends, and then being, pretty agnostic about it until we do see something. Yeah, like the null hypothesis, right? That there isn't a trend is what we operate under until we see something. So thank you for that.
Ximin.
Just follow up on the barriers and challenges about the nature solution. Question about sponge city projects. It was really impressive. I'm wondering whether you had experience with dealing with communities, whether you need to relocate communities, for example, to make rooms for the sponge part of it.
Certainly, yeah, I mean, certainly different countries have different situation about community, right? In China, it's a top-down system. So yeah, we have to convince the local decision maker to make things. We have experience in other countries, of course, Mexico or US. I have project in US. We did. It is community involvement, take a long time, but I think the key is that the financial, the commercial role, you know, you have to make them believe that actually the sponge city can actually increase property value. I did a visit to Texas, this beautiful high-end property. There was a huge flood in Texas, and a policeman been sucked into the tunnel a couple of years ago. And it's a tunnel. When I look at the territory, you have huge land over there. Every backyard can become a sponge. So if we turn this every backyard into a sponge, you can virtually solve the problem of this local flood or even regional flood. Now that's, but how can make them accept this idea? Number one, we certainly have to, it's changing. I'm a professional landscape architecture here. American Society of Landscape Architecture is promoting the aesthetic, the beauty, the divine of what is beauty. Are you still keep along as a beauty, or you allow a messiness, nature, a wetland, seasonal wetland? You know, that's number one. It's about taste, about culture. And that number two, it's about certainly your code system. The code system needed to be changed, right? And that's a community level, you know, individually, you need to educate this actually. But actually, as a code system is maybe more in control of this shift.
If I may, there's one question that probably is mine before I have to leave you. I have a 3 o'clock. The question in the chat was, can nature-based solutions for preventing flooding decrease the risk of tropical diseases like dengue? For that specific community, yes, the more you control not having puddles sitting there, but depending on what nature-based solution you implement, if there is flooding downstream, then you just, you know, moving the problem. And mosquitoes actually are smarter than we think they are, and they will come and they will fly up and down again. And so you can't really only deal with nature-based solutions to address issues, tropical diseases like dengue. It really requires us to take a more holistic, system-driven solution, working with communities, and that's what is the key. It's the system of it. You know, I'm part Dutch, and the Dutch certainly have a system of dikes and levees, and that's what we missed in New Orleans, and that's what we're still trying to do in so many other places. So it's a system-driven solution that is not only a locally nature-based solution. That's I think that's where the difference is. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close this part of the session. We'll come back at what time?
3:10. So we'll be back at 10 minutes after the hour. Everyone gets an 8-minute break, whether online or in the room.
Let's thank all our speakers.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us again. I'm Branko. I'm a member on the board. So we're going to continue our conversation, a really exciting discussion we've already had with 3 more excellent speakers. The topic we're going to discuss is the role of data and technology. So we're shifting a little bit, kind of focusing in on data and tech and seeing how it can be helpful with floods. We have, as I mentioned, 3 excellent speakers. We'll kick it off with Tamlin Pavelski. We'll have David Mateman and Gray Nearing. Each one of them will give about 13-minute talk. We'll do questions after if we have time, and then we'll do the Q&A after like we did just now. So starting it off, Tamlin Pavelski is a professor in the Department of Earth, Marine, and Environmental Sciences at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And his research is focused on the intersection between hydrology, remote sensing, satellites, and climate change. So with that, thank you so much for joining us.
Comes up. All right, thank you so much. I feel like I'm going to take a totally right turn from the talks that we've heard so far, and I'm going to tell you about some a very specific new technology that's just become available to us in the last couple of years that I think is has the potential to be really interesting from the perspective of understanding floods. And that technology is the Surface Water and Ocean Topography, or SWOT satellite. So a lightning speed introduction to SWOT here. So it launched on December 16th, 2022, after about 20 years of development. And SWOT is designed to use radar technology to measure two things simultaneously. And those are inundation extent, so we can see where water is, and water surface elevation. And it does this in two 50-kilometer wide swaths with a 20-kilometer gap in the middle every time it overpasses. And so I'm going to show you some SWOT data coming up, and in some of the images, you'll see these kind of stripes. And so that's what's going on. So I'm not going to get into how exactly the technology works. I'm happy to answer questions about that. But suffice to say that it uses relatively short wavelength radar, which is reflected off of the land and water surfaces. And most of the time, we get very bright returns off of water, which means that we can measure both of those things. So some other things that are important to know about SWOT that are probably going to come up later in our discussion. So in terms of the temporal repeat, so the orbit repeats every 21 days, but most places on Earth are covered more than once during that 21 days by a SWOT. So on average, globally, we get about an observation every 10 days. But that's highly variable. So some places are every 21 days. If you go up to very high latitudes, so if you care about flooding on, I don't know, the Saginaw River in northern Alaska, right, for example, then you might be getting 7 or 8 observations every 21 days. It covers pretty much all of the globe that we're going to care about in terms of flooding. Between 78 north and 78 south. This is sort of a crucial point, is that the data latency at the moment is on the order of 3 days. So ideally, we might think with the satellite, hey, we want to use this in near real time. We're going to help with emergency management. And SWOT data processing is really intensive, and we're not there yet. That said, there are some discussions about if we allow for slightly less accuracy, maybe we can get data products faster, and that's an ongoing discussion. And then the last thing I want to mention is that this is a really important international mission, right? So it's not just NASA. CNES, the French Space Agency, contributed about a third of the budget to it, and then the UK and Canada also contributed important components. So there are people from all over the world working on it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take you through some of the SWOT data products and just show you what examples of these data products look like. And then I want to give you 2 case studies of how we can use them for floods. Okay, so the rawest data product that any hydrologist would ever want to use is what we call the pixel cloud. And if you've ever worked with LiDAR data, this is kind of equivalent to a LiDAR point cloud, more or less, except for each one of these pixels has a much larger area than, what you would get off of, sort of a LiDAR product. But the product fundamentally looks kind of the same. So what we're looking at here is just an image of water surface elevation over Eastern California. So if you've ever been to the Owens Valley in Eastern California, and you can see that, water surface elevation is high in these lakes up in the mountains, and it's a lot lower down in the valley over here. And if we zoom in just in this reservoir here, you can see all of these dots going across, and each one of those has an inundation extent associated with it and a water surface elevation associated with it. But those aren't incredibly accurate, right? They're actually more accurate than we expected before we launched SWOT. So the water surface elevations are going to be accurate on average to maybe 20 or 30 centimeters, which is not terrible, right? But in general, we will do better if we do some averaging, right? So what we might want to do is take this reservoir and average all of these individual pixels in here, and then we would end up with a water surface elevation that would be accurate to 10 centimeters or less. Okay, so what we do is we take that data product and then we create specific data products that we might use for individual cases. And one of those is the river data product. And I'm going to talk through this really quickly. So imagine this Carolina blue stripe is a river. And essentially what we do is we take prior knowledge of where the river is and a SWAT overpass. And we essentially start with that pixel cloud, right? So each one of those points has an elevation associated with it. And we do some averaging along a center line that we know the location of beforehand. We divide the river up into what we call nodes, which are about 200 meters apart. And for each one of those nodes, we have a water surface elevation and an inundation extent. And then we also aggregate those into about 10-kilometer long reaches. And for those reaches, we also have a slope. So I'm not going to get into it today, but if you start thinking about water surface elevation going up and down and width changing and slope changing, we have a lot of what we need for discharge. So there is a whole component of SWAT that's focused on getting river discharge from space. Very cool. So these are all the rivers that we're planning on, or we already are getting SWAT data for. So if you're interested in any kinds of events on these rivers, the data are already out there from starting from at least last October, or pardon me, last July. And there's a lot of science already being done with these data. I just want to show you a quick example. This is just one pass over South America from, gosh, March of this year. And so we're way zoomed out here, and you can see the elevations of all the rivers in here. If we zoom in a little bit on just one of these rivers, you can see the slope of this river now, right, very clearly. And there are times where we have, for some rivers, we can absolutely see changes in slope over time. If we zoom in even a little bit further, now maybe you can start to see a little bit some of those individual nodes, and we can really see sort of elevation variations on pretty fine scales, which is very cool. Okay, so the other product that I want to tell you about that I'm going to show you really quickly is what we call the raster product. This is a much more typical satellite product. So we just take the SWAT data and we grid it. It's natively available at 100 meters and 250 meters. And I'm not going to go into all the technical details here. But this is the kind of data that you want to use when you have a messy situation, right? That river data is great if you're like, hey, I have a nice channelized situation and I want to work on that channel. But what if you have a flood that's way out into the floodplain, right? That river product is not designed for it. So this is an example in Colombia, big wetland, and you can, whoops, let's see if I can go back. Yeah, so you can see, all of these sort of lakes and wetlands out here where there's water surface elevation being captured by SWAT, as well as some of the large rivers. So you can imagine that as inundation extent into a wetland like this changes, or during a flood, you're going to be able to capture that with SWAT. Okay, so let's look at just a couple of case studies. And I want to start, both of these are international, and that's just because that's where we've gotten really great examples so far. So to preempt a question that is probably going to be asked by someone, we got really unlucky with Helene, and we captured conditions in the Southern Appalachians that each of the 2 days before Helene hit, and then not again until October 6th. So I can't help there with SWAT. So there was a major flood in southern Brazil back in April and May of this year, one of the biggest sort of flood-related disasters in the history of Brazil. A bunch of people died. Many people were affected. It particularly affected, this is the city of Porto Alegre, and it was very badly flooded. And so we asked, well, could we see anything about this flood and its characteristics with SWAT? And so what we did is, and this was working, I should say, with a postdoc at Woods Hole and his advisor, and I helped contribute to it as well. So what you're looking at here is an earlier SWAT image from April 15th, before the flood. And so you can see the river here. This is the city of Porto Alegre, and here is an estuary coming out to the ocean. And we can capture water surface elevations all along this river with SWAT. But this isn't that exciting, right? This is the pre-flood. It also happened that we captured a SWAT image right at the very peak of the flood. And so what we did is we took a digital elevation model, the FabDem digital elevation model, and we subtracted that from the SWOT elevations. And this is what we came up with. So what you're looking at here are depths when this image was captured. So if you want to think about, okay, for a big catastrophic flood like this, how well are our flood models performing? Right? Historically, we've had data at gauges, maybe we have some imagery, but we haven't had spatially distributed observational depths like this in very many places. And SWOT can really provide that, and I think it has the potential to be really valuable. Okay, second case study. So you may remember back in, I apologize, I have a date incorrect on there. This is 2023, not 2024. So June 6, 2023, there was the Kakhovka Dam in Ukraine catastrophically failed. I'm not going to get into why today, but it definitely failed. And this is an image that was out in the media of it. And we got, unlike with Helene, we got very lucky here. And SWOT captured every day, because we were in a different orbit at that time, we captured the entire area, the entire section of river downstream of this dam. And so we can actually see the evolution of this flood wave from day to day. And so I have, let's see if this works here. I have a little video that we put together of a few of the days. So this is the elevations before the flood, and then you can see the flood wave moving down through a few images here after the event. So, we've heard a little bit about infrastructure and the potential for infrastructure failure, right? So we have models out there. And actually, I think I have one other slide here. Yeah, so if we just take some of the SWOT data, some of the SWOT river data, right? So this is that raster data that I was telling you about. But we can also pull out a time series, right, for any point within this. And you can see, like, way upstream, we had something like 10-meter high flood wave, and then as you go downstream, the peak got, was substantially lower. And I think this has the potential to be really interesting and valuable. So thinking about that infrastructure failure, right? I mean, we have models in the U.S. This is for the Oroville Dam in California, which some of you might remember. There were concerns about it failing about 7 years ago during a big wintertime event. But do we really have, how well have we really stress tested those dam failure models, right? And we probably don't have a lot of great data on, like, major dam failures. So one of the things that I'm hoping with this Kakhovka event in particular, although we may end up, hopefully we won't end up observing other dam failure events, but we might, is that we could use SWOT data to help stress test some of these models that haven't had a whole lot of testing in the past. So I'll wrap up there. We have SWOT. It's a really new technology. It's, scientists are just getting their heads around it. So, we might be a little ways away from, like, really practical applications being ready to go, but I also think it's something that might be exciting for the community to think about using going forward. And I'll stop there.
I was wondering on Helene, like, couldn't you use the data you had 2 days before to kind of identify? I mean, there was a big rain event before the hurricane hit. And I think one of the comments I heard over time was the soil was all saturated, and this actually further exacerbated the impacts that the people experienced. And I was wondering, like, if that 2 day before data could have been used as a way of saying, oh, the rivers are full, versus like where they could have been like 5 days before. And maybe this is an alarming situation.
So a couple of responses. One is, I do think we could use data like that, if we were trying to, after the fact model Helene, and we wanted some information on antecedent conditions, we could absolutely provide that. The other idea that I've kicked around with some colleagues is, most of the water infrastructure in the United States is not big, right? It's small, and it's mostly not managed in by people who are like, maybe you have someone who's managing a small dam and they have 8 other jobs as well, right? Could we use SWOT or some other technologies as well to sort of monitor these dams and say, hey, we see in the forecast there's a big event coming. We see by looking at your reservoir that water levels are unusually high. You might want to go do some management on this in advance of this event. So I think we're a long ways away from that, but it's something that has been working through our heads.
But one quick thing I would say is there is all this effort around climate-informed reservoir operation, which potentially can be coupled with this to kind of collectively do something. So,
All right, thanks.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from Dr. David Mateman, who's a professor at the University of Texas at Austin. He's retired from teaching in 2019, but he continues to do a bunch of research on real-time flood management, as we'll see in a second. And he was inducted in the National Academy of Engineering 2016 for contributions for geographic information systems and hydrology. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Branko. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to be able to tell a little bit about our research that deals with flooding. The picture that you see on the left there is the National Water Model that's run by the National Weather Service. It forecasts flow on 2.7 million stream reaches of the country. And the picture on the right is from Hurricane Helene in western North Carolina. So the research that I'm going to talk about is about impact of flooding on the road transportation system, and it's sponsored by the Texas Department of Transportation and by this Cooperative Institute for Research to Operations in Hydrology. So I'm going to talk about three things quickly. First of all, streamflow measurement using velocimetry, which is a technique that we've evolved with the USGS. Secondly, a road elevation model. And thirdly, data assimilation to link measurements and forecasting. So first of all, I want to take you back to 2016. So I had a role in helping to get started with the National Water Model in 14 and 15, and it became operational in 16. And I went over to the Texas Department of Transportation and said, hey guys, at that time we had 550 USGS gold standard gauges in our state and 25,000 textile bridges. Okay, there you go. There's a measurement platform for you. If we're going to have a forecasting system over the whole state, we better do some more measurement. So I suggested that if we take the road network and the street network and just intersect them, that densified forecast requires densified measurement, and that we could forecast flood impact on the roads and bridges statewide. And they said, okay, well, we'll think about that. So there's a couple of gauges that are standard, the USGS gold standard gauge at the top there, and water level gauges that lots of communities and their flood alert systems operate. And for every river reach in Texas that's forecast, which is 102,000, there's one measured reach for 185 that are forecast. Okay, that's the gap, right? That's a huge gap. So let's imagine that we can now create a new gauge in the middle, water level and surface velocity. And TxDOT said, okay, we'll do that. In other words, they'll buy more expensive instruments and try to create something better. And so what if we fast forward now, 8 years on, and a few $1 million have been spent, and now there are 80 gauges spread around. The orange are gauges near the coast, the red are gauges that are inland river basins of this type, which is called an RQ30 radar gauge, which measures water surface elevation and also water velocity using a Doppler principle. We've approximately doubled the density of USGS gauging in those watersheds, and we have about 1 gauge per Huck 10 watershed now. And what happens is that if you measure the surface velocity and the height, what you find is actually they have a life of their own. They're not actually going up and down in sync exactly. And if you measure the surface velocity at a single point with the radar gauge, we can correlate that with the measurement of the velocity across the cross-section using acoustic Doppler current profiler, and you can get the cross-sectional area multiplied by the average velocity gives the discharge. So what is evolving is a new technique that the USGS is evolving and implementing in its software, where the acoustic Doppler current profiler measurements are rescaled so that at the point where the surface velocity measurement is made, that's 1, and all the cells elsewhere across the river cross-section have a ratio to that velocity. And from that, you can get what the velocity map is for a given surface velocity. And if you take that measurement, then it turns out that if you have no measurements at all, you can get the discharge within plus or minus 15% or so. If you have 1 measurement, you're down to something of the order of 5%. And if you have 2 measurements, you're down to the order of something less than 5%. So that's a very quick process. I mean, what's more important is that there's 80 of these things. There's a network. It takes time to build things and to be able to change institutional practices or adapt institutional practices to allow for that. So what's happening then, if you have a traditional gauge, it has a discharge rating curve that requires numerous measurements. This approach requires 1 to 2 measurements to get ready. And then here's the future on the right-hand side. This is Jody Avant from the USGS holding a new gauge that we're going to start testing in 2025. And this has everything in it, the logger box, the streamflow measurement, the velocity measurement, the water surface elevation measurement. And that's the size, right? He's holding it in his hand. And so the concept is, can we convince TxDOT to be able to just put a streamflow sensor on the side of a bridge? You know, they build 500 bridges a year. And if they put a streamflow sensor on the side of the bridge, like putting a white line down the middle, you know, chunk, 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 suddenly that 500 gauges becomes something completely different. And can we build a technology? Can we build a culture? Can we build an institutional support mechanism that will make that happen? Okay, innovation number 2. So this is the road system of the nation. It's called Arnold. I don't know if you knew Arnold existed, but Arnold exists. It's called All Roads Network of Linear Reference Data. This is how the states report the condition of the road system to the federal government. Each state does it. They do it with labeling the roads their own way. So that's why Texas is different from Louisiana and so on. So this is a national road network as far as the federal and transportation institutions are concerned, but it's really an agglomeration of state road networks. The action is at the state level in transportation, and it's all 2D. Okay, now we have a Hurricane Helene and people are getting washed off roads. Uh-oh, we haven't measured the elevation of the road system. We haven't measured the elevation of the bridge system. A little bit of a problem, huh? So this is data called from Ecopia. It's a company based in Montreal. There's an AI interpretation of aerial imagery that says, here is where the road is. And the yellow line is the center line. That blue dot's my house. So we've got those data for an area of 11 counties in central Texas. We have a colleague, Yan Liu, at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, who's poured all the LiDAR data that we have in our state on top of that ribbon, which turns out to be 1.6% of the landscape, and has built a complete elevation surface for the road surface of these 11 counties. With that, this is an example of what that looks like. This is central area of Austin. Has Mopac, which is one of our major highways, and Anderson Lane. It's a local street. And there's Shoal Creek, which has flooded from time to time. There's about 20 LiDAR points per square meter on there. So there we are. Now we've got everything nailed down real tight. There's not any ambiguity about how high the road is or how high the bridge is. And if you do a flood map on top of that, at the LiDAR point scale, you can see the water's deeper on the edge of the road compared to the center of the road. That one particular stretch of the road has about 20,000 LiDAR points on it. So this is what we can do with the data that we have now. And the USGS has the data on about 95% of the country. So if we have the water surface elevation and we have the road elevation, we subtract the road elevation from the water surface elevation, bingo, there's road flooding. Okay, that's an important piece of information that we need to have moving forward. The third innovation that I'd like to introduce actually comes from a former student of Branco's, which is Matt Bartos, who's now an assistant professor in our department with a grad student. And I've got some math here, and I apologize for introducing math in a National Academies meeting, which is, you know, I know the kiss of death, but anyway, I'm going to do it anyway. We have the Muskingum method, which is made into a big matrix formulation to accomplish all this, so we can route the water down through the network, rapidly simulate the forecasts and their probability distributions. With that, we can actually include uncertainty in the inputs and in the measurements. We can then make forecasts which have uncertainty embedded within them and not just single value forecasts. And that means that we can then also adjust the flows in the rivers. So the red here means that the flow has been adjusted downwards because of the presence of this one gauge. In this particular watershed, on the right-hand side, there are 11 gauges, and the purple means where it's been adjusted upwards. So the flow gets adjusted upwards and downwards, not just downstream of the gauge, but all across the watershed network. One of the things that we're particularly interested in is what's the probability that the road will be overtopped. This is really a critical variable, right? So this particular location, FM 1155, this is at our gauge near Chapel Hill, Texas, which is where I showed you the data for the calibration of the LiDAR sensor earlier. It overflows fairly frequently. You can see a car in the ditch there that's been washed off. And so the yellow area here is where the probability of the road overtopping is essentially 1. So the concept here is we want to build we have forecasting coming from the National Water Model, measurements from the gauges, road elevation model, and now probability that the road is going to be overtopped. What do we lack? Well, okay, we need to do that for the whole state. So what you see here is a scaled representation of that system. So this is Water Resource Region 12, USGS Water Resource Region 12. Blue colors mean flows have been increased, red colors means they've been decreased. And that process takes about 10 or 15 seconds to run across Texas. And this is for about 70,000 stream reaches. So I just wanted to just say, yeah, the academia is on the job here. We're doing what we can to help. And it's not just us alone, right? This is the USGS as well. So about half of the money, this is the largest research project ever funded by the Texas Department of Transportation, about $13 million. About a half of that has gone to the USGS. I think we're making progress here with the streamflow measurement using velocimetry with this road elevation model. After Hurricane Helene, there's consideration being given here in Washington to purchasing the appropriate data for the whole country. If that happens, then the example I've shown can be scaled out nationally. So one of the things that struck me while I was preparing this lecture is how different the skill sets are of the people who did this work. So the first one is USGS field hydrologists and that infrastructure and institution, right? The second one is AI interpretation of aerial imagery and high-performance computing. The third one is the classical way of mathematical physics and what we do in universities and professors and grad students and all that. And what that says is that there is no single, silver bullet here. There's a lot of different silver bullets that we need, and there's different kinds of people that we need to create them. And I just feel really privileged that we've had the opportunity in working with the Texas Department of Transportation to be able to bring together people to be able to create solutions that can help. Thank you.
Anyone have a question besides Nusha? Oh. Martin, question? Nope.
No, go ahead.
Hi, Danielle Sumi, NSF. Then how does the Texas DOT then use that information?
Okay, there we go. So we're developing a system there with them called FAST, which stands for Flood Assessment System for TxDOT. It has two components. One component is for issuing bridge warnings. What's the chance of, like the bridge I showed with all the debris on it, what's the chance that the water's going to hit the bridge? That's number one. And the second is, what's the chance that a particular road is going to be flooded? So our challenge is to be able to develop and deliver that information as map services to the maintenance sections of TxDOT, of which we have 25 districts and 287 maintenance sections. Each maintenance section has about 1,000 miles of roads and about 100 bridges to take care of all across our state. So basically, you translate the national flood forecasting system into information that's used for strategic planning in Austin, for across the districts, and then for planning within each district about how they're going to respond to flooding. For example, in 2019, I-10 was flooded so quickly that 600 vehicles were trapped on it for 3 days. They had to helicopter in the food and water to the people who were trapped in trucks and cars. That's a no-no. We want to stop that. So TxDOT wants to be proactive in terms of flooding rather than reactive, which is what they have been up to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. We're going to move on to our last speaker. We're going to hear from Gray Nearing, who works at Google Research, and he's going to tell us about applications of AI to flooding. Before joining Google, he was an assistant professor at UC Davis and the University of Alabama. So thank you so much for joining us, Gray.
Screen share is disabled. Is it possible to? Oh, yeah. Okay. And it was on? Oh, perfect. Wonderful. So everyone can see my slides then? Oh, I see. Thanks. Amazing. All right. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about how we've been using AI for flood forecasting. This is short-term flood forecasting. And I'll get into the details, but great. So this is really not going to be a Google promotion, although that's what a lot of our public-facing slides are really intended to do. But I do just want to set the stage because I get this question a lot. Why is Google doing flood forecasting? And the reason is very simply because people come to Google for information. So I'm going to talk a lot about our experience building AI models and how I think AI models fit into the field, the world of hydrology, but also just be aware that we're really interested in understanding the last mile delivery problem and specifically for real-time alerts. We don't do a lot with engineering decisions and long-term risk decisions. We're really in the short-term forecasting space. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve? So Google sort of has a global audience and we think globally. I recognize that this is a national academy, but the problem we set out to solve was a global problem, and it's really this problem that's on the screen. So traditional hydrology models are best when they're calibrated locally. So if you want to get the best forecast, you calibrate your model to the location in the river that you want to make a forecast. And as David was alluding to, I think the numbers that I know, which may or may not be correct, is there's 2.7 million forecast points for the National Water Model, and there are 18,000 USGS gauges that have ever been active. So please correct me if I got the number wrong. I think I looked that up and tried to count them myself. So, but that kind of gives you a sense of the order of magnitude of the problem of prediction in ungauged basins. And this is kind of how I view the problem globally. I think in the background, sort of the background knowledge here is that there's a strong correlation between the GDP of a country and the human exposure to flooding risks. I think that's probably well known. And what this graph is showing is a similar correlation between the amount of hydrology data, specifically river discharge data, available in a country and the GDP of a country. And this is data that's included in the United Nations database. So we have sort of a problem of being able to build reliable models in the places where people need them most. So how does AI help solve this problem? The reason that AI is useful to help solve this problem is that AI can see all of the data in the whole world all at once and learn general patterns, right? So we're able to train one AI model using all of the data. This is a stream flow, river flow prediction model. We'll talk about other components of flooding in a minute, but to train the river discharge models, we take all of the discharge data in the world, train one model, and then that model is sort of a universal model that we can apply everywhere. That's kind of the sort of fundamental difference between how machine learning works and how traditional modeling works is you don't calibrate it per location, you train it everywhere. And this is my favorite graph. And this is my favorite graph because I give talks at sort of two different types of audiences. One is a machine learning audience. I have a talk that I like to give for machine learning audiences, and one is hydrology audiences. And I show this graph that I'm about to explain in a minute in a machine learning conference, and I get blank stares because everyone says, well, obviously this is true. And when I show it at a hydrology audience, I think this is a little bit out of date. Everyone kind of knows this now, but it used to be the case when I showed this graph at hydrology audiences, no one would believe me because it is so counterintuitive to our understanding. And so what we're seeing here is on the left, we have Nash-Sutcliffe efficiency, cumulative density function curves, just to set the stage. Further to the right is better. You want better models, meaning you have scores that are further to the right. The y-axis is the fraction of some number of test basins. Here it's 531 test basins in the United States that achieve a certain R-squared scored, NSE scored. So you want your lines to be further to the right. We have two traditional hydrology models on the left and a machine learning model on the right, and these are all calibrated, so there's no out of sample, no ungauged basins here. But what we're seeing is that the traditional hydrology models are better when they're calibrated locally, and the machine learning models are better when they're trained globally. So from a machine learning perspective, more data equals better models. But from a hydrology perspective, regionalization is a hard problem, right? Prediction in places where you're better off training them or calibrating a model specifically for the place where you want to make predictions. So how does this look like when you compare not just relative accuracy, but sort of absolute accuracy? the machine learning models, and this is just generally true across all experiments that I've seen, generally machine learning models are more accurate in places where they have never seen training data than the best traditional hydrology models are in places where they've been calibrated to a specific point on a river. On average, that's true. That's true in the United States. It's true globally. It's true in places countries where we've never seen any training data. Just in general, you get more accuracy from one of these global streamflow hydrology models in ungauged basins than you do from traditional hydrology models in places where they've been calibrated to really long data records. So here we have the machine learning model in yellow, calibrated in sample. So the absolute best model we can get is in yellow. The yellow with starred lines is where we've done a cross-validation test where we leave basins out of the training data set and then predict on those basins. And then the national water model is in blue, and the Sacramento soil moisture accounting model, which is one of the frequently used models for operational flood forecasting in the United States, is in pink. And so if, on average, that's not true everywhere. On average, the out of sample machine learning models work well. Okay, and we also recently, earlier this year, compared against GLOFAST. So GLOFAST is the European Copernicus, European global flood awareness system. And basically, there are a few takeaways from that paper, but when we compare our ungauged predictions, so predictions in locations that have never seen training data, compared to GLOFAST predictions in places where the model was calibrated. Now, GLOFAST runs in a lot of places where it's not calibrated, but it's also calibrated in a lot of places. So comparing to places where it's calibrated, we get a similar accuracy over 2, 5, and 10-year return period events at about 5 days extra lead time. So that's kind of the order of magnitude. So I like this chart because we published this paper the same time that Google's GraphCast weather forecast, AI-based weather forecast model was published, and they're talking about 2% accuracy, and we get to go and say we get 5 days extra lead time. So this was a great marketing tool for us internally. This is what the Flood Hub looks like. Again, this is not a promotional talk, but just to point out that we do this operationally. These models can be applied operationally. We know how to apply machine learning models real-time operationally. You can go to this web address here, g.co Flood Hub, and get our 7-day forecasts anywhere in the world. And most of the work that I do these days is trying to build trust in these models and trying to help people understand what the models do and whether they're useful for specific basically national scale forecasts. Okay, and we've heard a lot about, I just want to give a couple anecdotes. We've heard a lot about the floods in Spain. This was our forecast for the floods in Spain about a day and a half out. We were predicting severe floods in the locations that were flooded. And so if people were using these models or the Google Flood Hub to alert people in Spain, the alerts, we would have supported those alerts. Okay, and I want to cover one more thing. There's a couple more things in the talk if we have time, but one more thing is really important, and that's extreme events. So this conference is really about non-stationarity. And when you're doing flood forecasting, we're really worried about extreme events under non-stationarity. So I'm going to try to give an intuition about why AI is a good tool for predicting under non-stationarity. This is very different than statistical stochastic hydrology models. And it's different for a very specific reason. It's different for the reason that these models have seen everything that's ever happened in the whole world. All the river data, if you build your model right, it's seen all the river data in the whole world. Okay, so this is just to set the stage. What we're seeing here is when you train, we have 531 basins within the United States. We do a lot of experiments on these 531 Campbell's basins. What you're seeing is the blue horizontal line is the maximum theoretical prediction. That's the maximum value that our AI model can predict. There's sort of a mathematical limit. You can actually go into the neural network and actually calculate the maximum value that it's allowed to predict based on the train weights, and that's this blue line. The orange dots are the actual flow events. So there are some flow events that are larger than what we are actually able to predict, right? The blue dots, which have this sort of decreasing trend, are also from a machine learning model, but they're from machine learning models that are trained locally. So a separate model for each location. And all this is doing is saying it's a way of looking at the problem of the question about why machine learning models work better when trained on lots of data. They're able to move the weights in such a way that they're more likely to hit the most extreme events you've ever seen anywhere in the world, right? It's not just they're able to apply that to every location. So now if we see a new out of sample event at a particular location, it really has to be out of sample for anything we've ever seen in the world to truly be out of sample. Okay, so now we're going to compare the accuracy of peak flow events as we move further and further out of sample, right? So here we've taken all of the training data, all of 40 years of data from these 531 basins, and we've divided the years of data up into return periods. And we train only on years of data with 1 to 5 year return periods. And then we make predictions on years of data with with these other categories of return periods, much larger. And going up in the graph means more error, higher percentage error on the peak flow event. And all of the models get worse. The machine learning models are blue and orange, and the Sacramento model and the National Water model are green and gray. But with the exception that the National Water model, we didn't recalibrate. So all of these locations for the National Water model have seen training data over all different types of events. So all the others, the Sacramento model, the machine learning models are out of sample. And you can see that the Sacramento model, even when it's calibrated professionally for each location, gets worse faster than the machine learning models. And then the National Water model is just a point of comparison because it's actually seen events that are the size that we're predicting. It's actually seen the exact same data. There's no train test split in the National Water model. Okay, and so this is the sort of the let's say an illustration of the mechanism by which the model is learning to deal with climate non-stationarity. So this climate non-stationarity is slightly different than extreme events. Pardon the kind of jump, but I think it adds to the intuition here. What we've done is we've isolated a 3-dimensional projection of the feature space within this AI model. And it doesn't matter, but it's a specific component of the AI model that's dealing with the climate local to each basin. So we give it some indices related to the recent climate. We use a 1-year time period to calculate these sort of quote unquote climate indices. And we have those vary over a period of prediction. This is, I think, a few years. I don't remember how long it is. And what we see, and then we isolate the component of the model, of the machine learning model that's reacting to this climate and using that climate information to understand how to produce a hydrograph. Okay, so this is purely mathematical. But what you can see is that, so we have several basins here. We have the pink and the green down at the bottom. Those are sort of semi-arid basins in Texas and Oklahoma. Or at least in that region. It's been years since I created this. So, but there, anyway, there's more semi-arid basins. And then these up here in our more humid basins, and the big one in green goes into a drought period. And when it goes into a drought period, the model makes it behave more like the semi-arid basins, and then it comes out of the drought period and the model makes it behave more like the humid basins. So the model is able to see, again, this whole global picture of rainfall runoff relationships, and it learns how to place a particular basin at a particular point in time based on the temporally local climate in that space, that prediction space, and it modifies how it produces a hydrograph based on that information. Okay, I have a couple more slides that are really just pointers to new ideas. How are we doing on time? Okay, so just a couple more things that I want to say. We do take these stream flow predictions and then create inundation maps, and I'm not going to give any slides about that. There's a really, really fantastic paper that was published by my former graduate student that I was not involved in earlier this year that shows how to use AI CNN-based models for inundation mapping and gets scores that are significantly better than some of the inundation models used at the National Water Center. So that's fantastic. It can be done. You can use image-based models to do that. One of the things that we're doing is training AI image-based models to support post-disaster response. So this is sort of the third item in our chain of evidence, from predicting the rainfall runoff response, predicting the inundated area based on that, and then helping response post-disaster. This is also an image-based model. So the idea is that we can probably use AI to produce building damage assessments very quickly after the event. I'll explain what that means in a minute. Basically, we combine Google's Open Buildings data set, which has grown by several billion buildings in the last couple of years. We combine that with post-disaster imagery from task-based satellites. So we can get an estimate of building damage about 24 hours after we receive imagery, and we can task imagery from private companies like Maxar, or in the example I'm about to give from some satellites that NOAA actually tasked. And this is sort of the workflow, and it doesn't really matter. It's just a big fancy AI model, but I want to point out 2 points on this. One is, and those are the 2 arrows coming down. So those are our prediction points. This is sort of a temporal workflow. So we make predictions in 2 ways. One is we use a zero-shot learning model, which is a CNN-based model that doesn't require any training at the location, where it's seeing imagery, and it's fast and medium accuracy. It'll produce building damage assessments less than 24 hours after we receive satellite data of a post-disaster event. And then we can take a few steps after that. So these are fine-tuning. We do some fine-tuning on the AI models based on the imagery that we have available, and we're able to refine these models. And in this case, we use a transformer-based geofoundation model. I guess probably most people have been hearing this term geofoundation models, which is where we take the core architectures that look like what are used in large language models and apply them to geodata. So we're able to take these more sophisticated models, do a little bit of fine-tuning on them. They're pre-trained, we do a little fine-tuning, and then we get better predictions a few days after the satellite is tasked. So that's kind of the workflow and kind of the philosophy behind how we're using AI in this post-disaster space. Here's just an example of showing that we did it for Hurricane Milton. There's nothing super interesting here other than just to show that it is in action, and what we produce are maps that show damaged buildings like this. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that was very impressive. So after Hurricane Helene, there were very striking images. I mean, first of all, I think part of our discussion with the panel is going to be like where we went wrong and how we could have done better. It seemed it took a long time to figure out just the extent of how bad it was. But you probably saw the images from satellite, like before, after, right? Like where communities, roads, everything wiped off the map. Is there any use for that kind of satellite imaging type data with these AI models?
Yeah, so I think I should have said this. That I am not part of the post-disaster response team, so I'm not gonna be able to answer super technical questions about that. We're gonna, what I do know, what I can say is that type of imagery is useful for two things. One is training models in general. Like when that imagery comes in, the models are retrained and we have better models for next time. But more importantly, because of the way that these geofoundation models work, where they're pre-trained and then they can be quickly fine-tuned on new imagery, we're able to use imagery like that to provide updated damage assessments quickly, not as quickly as damage assessments that come out of untuned models, but quickly within a matter of 3 to 4 days, which is how we would use that type of imagery. I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
It's food for thought.
Perfect.
Okay, do we have a question in the room? And we're getting questions on the internet as we speak. Start with Martin.
I could ask a whole lot of rudimentary questions to try to understand better what the model is actually doing. But I guess I kind of want to pivot from the combination of the three of you with Raghavir, and it seems like the model of insurance could completely change based on the ability to very rapidly assess damage. So more of a parametric insurance product kind of an approach with this. And I'm just kind of curious if that's, I mean, both direct observation of what Tamlin is doing as well as AI generated, this is likely to damage. I mean, is that coming quickly to reduce the amount of time from event to payouts kind of a thing? And maybe, I don't know if that's a question for Raghav or if that if those words made sense, great, but if they didn't, then maybe this is for Ragavir instead. Okay.
I would say that is, having said the earlier point about the Stafford Act, right? I think this is, some states like California are starting to think about immediate recovery because of that concept of $1 today is, it will be a lot more tomorrow. So so just recently, the commissioner of California, the insurance commissioner of California, announced, along with the Department of Water Resources, a pilot project where they would have a parametric product based on a certain flood event happening, right? And so we are using IoTs there, the insurance industry is, but there is also a possibility of using the products like SWOTs and so on, the data from SWOT and so on. But yeah, but the uncertainty again, if something like that you could not capture the data from Helene, that becomes a major challenge, because then if the event happened and we could not capture the data, then there is a challenge with that.
I have 3 questions. I'll just do the first one for Tamlin. How SWOT doing for the small rivers? And some of the small river may have trees along the corridor, and I wonder how SWOT is doing. I mean, I guess large rivers are probably very good.
So SWOT was originally designed to observe rivers 100 meters wide and wider. We're finding that we can do significantly better than that in most cases. So 50 meters, sure. The elevations might not be quite as accurate, but we're seeing that we can get pretty interesting data even over rivers as narrow as about 10 meters. But once you get down to that size, you brought up vegetation, and I think that really does make a difference. So the kinds of rivers where we seem like we can get good results that are very narrow are like, rivers in dryland environments where you don't have really dense canopies around them. So lots more to learn about that, though.
Okay, one very quick follow-up. And then, so the SWOT is very exciting. And then I think there was SMAP for soil moisture, and then there's GRACE for groundwater. And they might have different mechanism of measuring things, but the product is all about water. This is a little bit crazy idea. Is there any talk, or have you thought about possibility of merging these products at some point?
So literally this morning, I was over at NASA headquarters talking with the program manager about exactly this. And it's a major goal of remote sensing hydrologists to, I would say for 20 years, we've had the dream of, can we get the right satellites and do the right kind of data processing where we can effectively track the water cycle from space?
Right.
And so, yeah, we just need more instruments and more smart people working on it, but it's very much a goal.
Great.
Something to that. Yeah, so in my previous life, I worked on a NASA global water modeling team called the Land Information System team. And the goal, so the way that works is they'll run a model of the water cycle for the whole world, and then they'll assimilate whatever satellite data they have to update. And so for satellites like SMAP and GRACE, which have been up in the sky for a long time, the technology exists, and correct me if I'm wrong, to assimilate these and to sort of add that information to the global water cycle models. And I think the philosophy, and again, correct me if you disagree, but my understanding is the philosophy is that you use a dynamical model as sort of the landing pad for all this data. And then as the new satellites like SWOT come online, you get better and better information.
Maybe I can respond to this question also. I also was at NASA Goddard this morning giving a presentation on combining satellite data for a somewhat different purpose. I had in mind, I think what we've done in the US over the last 10 years has done a pretty good job on flood forecasting and inundation mapping. There's an infrastructure there now that didn't exist before, a national infrastructure, but we haven't dealt with drought. And I think we ought to step back here. And one of the things I think for SWOT that would help is that doesn't really matter if you don't cover the rivers all the time, right? For drought, you're actually the speed with which you're changing is a lot slower. So yeah, and the AI thing, I get it too. I mean, to me, you look at a drought map and you say, why does it look like that? Can we predict droughts? Can we assess the degree of severity? And we ought to be able to do that. So I figure, hey, next 10 years, we should solve that problem.
Jump in one more time because Google has a drought forecast model.
Nusha, please.
My original question was for David, but I'm going to ask you from you, Grape, and then maybe tie it into what David was saying. I think I wonder, we often hear that, okay, if all these companies, corporations can do this kind of forecasting, which seem to be quite accurate and useful in different ways, what's the value of some of the existing institutions that we have that are tasked for someone to do some of this work? And I think one thing that's important is you're using tons of the data that's have been accumulated over the years by these organizations, right? And so I think this is an important part of this discussion that's often missing. And I'm not saying you were not saying it, I'm just saying that overall people don't realize the amount of data that goes underneath this kind of modeling. Otherwise, the model is as good as the data you're feeding into it. So I think that's like a piece that's super important. And maybe that ties back to what I wanted to ask you, David, which is, you worked with Department of Transportation in Texas. I am assuming that project came from a direct collaboration with them, talking to them what their problems are, and then trying to build a solution around their problems, rather than just like building something and going knocking at the door and saying, hey, do you want my solution? And I was wondering how that came about. And obviously I sort of can imagine the answer, but I think it's an important discussion to have about how these collaborations can be worked on, built, sort of leveraged over time. So.
Try to keep this brief because I think more about the problem of how the role of industry in this sector more than I think about any other problem. So that's a critical question. But let me just get up on my soapbox and say that there's roles for the legacy institutions. I believe that there's an increasing role for industry in AI development, at least at the beginning. I don't want to talk about 10 years down the road when that sort of technology has diffused. But I think about it more in terms of the models. So the institutions, it's absolutely critical. We need the measurements, we need the expertise, we need the training, we need the new students. That's a given in my mind. The question is about the models, and instead of thinking about NASA as an institution, obviously we need NASA as an institution, but thinking about maybe some of the Fortran models that we're claiming to beat, the reason why you don't want to give those up, and the reason why what I'm saying does not decrease the importance of those models, is that there are really large unanswered questions that I think won't be answered for 20 or 30 years about the relative role of AI and physics in predicting things. And we don't know those questions yet. And here's my soapbox. There is room in the world for a tool that allows hypothesis testing about the fusion of AI and physics. And hundreds, thousands of people are working on this. And I still see just a gap of like maybe the first order need, which is a global modeling system that allows you to swap out pieces, that's designed from the ground up to support AI, but also not full AI. And if there was one thing that would help answer that question from the modeling perspective, not the institution perspective, it would be a tool, a new climate model that is built from the ground up to allow AI to be part of it.
Let me come back to you. The question that you raised, Nusha, was, how did we engage the Texas Department of Transportation and why did they respond? the first reason I think they responded was that they saw for the first time a solution that would address their infrastructure at the statewide level as one big system. So Texas has 55,000 bridges and about 500,000 miles of roads. And they saw in a solution that could work across the whole state about predicting flood impact on the road and bridge system, something that was more than just what's the impact on one bridge or what's on one area or so on. So the first thing was a solution is emerging that is addressing the problem at the level of our institution. And this is an institution that has a $6 billion a year budget. So, I mean, it's larger than NOAA, among other things. And building 500 bridges a year, I mean, one bridge, every span is $2 million. 4 spans is $8 million. I mean, so these numbers are huge, right? The level of investment is huge. So first of all, there's a solution that addressed the system-wide. The second thing, and this really didn't come from us, is that somehow intuitively, they understood that it was important that their system could be used for measurement. In other words, that they had the measurement platforms, that they were already there. And somehow intuitively, they felt we should be doing more than we are. That measurement should be a part of our mission somehow, in some kind of deep level. It was their initiative, actually. We had a first project with 20 gauges, and then our current one with 80 gauges. The extra 60 came completely from their initiative, not from us. So I think that's really key, actually. The notion that measurement is important, flooding has a big impact on the infrastructure and on the people who use it. Therefore, we should be doing more in this area.
Thank you. Crystal?
Yeah, I have a question. So the monitoring that has been done that contributes to the modeling through AI that now exists was set up not ever anticipating that we'd get to this point of AI being able to do all that it currently does and can do into the future. But one thing I'm curious about is, the variables that are needed as input variables into the model to make AI modeling more efficient. Like, how can we better improve those monitoring that may be done that contribute to the modeling that is done? Because when I look at the map, at least for the United States, the central part and the southwestern part, or the flood hub is not filled in yet because it doesn't have what's needed to be able to make those predictions. And so I'm just curious, especially as the federal government and state governments and even philanthropic organizations have put money towards monitoring for different purposes, how can that be integrated to be able to be more inclusive, just in the name of efficiency, not only like in time efficiency, but also cost efficiency, and just thinking of, the places that it makes the most sense to be able to implement new instrumentation.
We have time for one of you to answer that question if you want to take it, and we'll continue it during the broader discussion.
Yeah, I think, AI lives on data. The perspective that I would give about AI and data is that typically I don't sit down and think about building AI models as what data do I need? I'm going to come back to that question in a minute. I think about AI and machine learning as a tool for extracting information for data. So the way that I approach a problem is look at all this data. I would like to know how much information there is in this data. And then I build the tool that's able to extract the most information from the data. So I think less about what new data we need, and again, I'll come back to that, but more about how do I get the maximum value out of the data that I have. So our earlier experiments were really just showing that there was extra information in the data that existed that the current models were not able to extract. That was really the impetus for that. Now, that being said, there's a whole suite of explainable AI tools that will help you identify gaps in data and tricks you can play to say, oh, maybe there's more information that we could gather about, this, or you can adjust different variables to get a sense of the uncertainty on different input variables and say, oh, I wish we had better estimates of this. So there are explainable AI tools that can help sort of the inverse problem. And which I think is really, really exciting. And I would love to see those added to the OSSI suites at NASA. The last thing I'll say is the reason that the Great Plains are missing from the, and this is probably one of the reasons why the Great Plains are missing from the flood hub is because our skill there is lower than our threshold skill for producing, making predictions public. So we have a human over the loop system where we check the predictions at every location before we release them publicly. So there's a toggle switch that you can find that will turn on all the unverified gauges, which means gauges that don't meet our quality threshold. And you'll see the whole country, the whole world light up except for countries where we're not allowed to be, like Russia and China and a few others. But it's just the Great Plains is not missing because this is important for hydrologists. The Great Plains are not missing because we don't have data. The Great Plains are missing because it is hard to predict stream flow in the Great Plains.
Thank you. So we'll pass it off to David in the next section of our workshop today.
Thanks, Bronco. Before we go on, I just want to thank the panel one more time for a great set of presentation. And thanks to the audience for sticking with us. I think it's been really fascinating, and now we're going to kind of come around full circle with our second keynote. So we're continuing the conversation with a closing keynote by Henk Olvink on the economics of water and beyond, which is a great, intriguing title for a talk for people who know him and know what he's been involved in over the last few years. So Henk, if you don't know him, is the executive director and founding commissioner for the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. So that's where the economics part comes from. But this commission was initiated by the Netherlands government in 2022 with the goal of transforming the world's understanding of the economics and governance of water to place a much stronger emphasis on unity, on equity, justice, effectiveness, and democracy. But many of us know him from his previous role when he was appointed by the Netherlands as a special envoy for international water, and also his service to President Obama's Hurricane Sandy Rebuilding Task Force. And so to see him evolve his work over these years to this larger question is really apropos this meeting. He's going to give us a 25-minute presentation, more or less, and then we'll have a Q&A session. And then at the very end, we'll bring all the speakers up to try to get some kind of a synthesis discussion of the entire day. So Henk, welcome, and we're looking forward to your talk.
Thank you, David. And I'm going to share my screen if I can. Let me see. Do you see this?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Very good. I'm gonna try to bring a bit what I heard. I was online listening. I'm actually not that far away. I'm in New York, but I'm in the midst of travel, so it was just a little bit too much to go up and down to DC. But next time I would really like to join you. So it's been super interesting. Talk a little bit about what I came across, you could say, in my work, working on water, such an amazing cross-cutting resource, and way beyond our understanding, you could say. And just take a reference here from an artist, which I always like to work with, people from outside of the water and expertise sector. It's Nicolas Floch, a French artist. And what he does is he takes like a strict methodology on making images of water surfaces, as well as above as underneath the water. And he tracks rivers. So this is like one river in the, and this is actually part of the Mississippi. You would not guess, but still. Yeah, okay, so just as an inspiration. Okay, more importantly, we're changing the source of fresh water. And we always count on water to be there. We say blue water, the planet is blue, 70+% of that surface is water. It's in our glaciers, in our rivers, lakes, aquifers. But because of massive man-made destruction. We're changing that source. And that source impacts the world because we're literally not only connected by water that we can see, we're predominantly connected by water that we don't see, green water. And you are all aware, we're preaching to the choir, I know, but the hydrological cycle consists partially of that blue water, but also partially of the green water. And it's so important in its relationship to biodiversity and climate. And with the Global Commission on Economics of Water, we explained a bit on that. We see, of course, and we all know on the right, how evaporation works predominantly in this oceanic dynamics, and that is increasingly interlinked with climate change. Our oceans pollute and warm up. Evaporation changes, more moisture, and Alice and others have talked about that. So with extreme events becoming even more extreme, sea level rise impacting our coast and across the world. But there's other part that is so critical important for biodiversity and our economies, our food security, because close to half of the rain on land comes from green water. So while we know the dynamics on the oceans, the dynamics on land are not fully dependent on the blue water. On the contrary, and green water in our subsoil soil biodiversity compact forests, plants is transpiring into the atmosphere, and that part of the hydrological cycle is impacted heavily by climate change, by the way we change land, predominantly agriculture, but industrialization and urbanization, and thirdly, the unsustainable water use and mismanagement that we know now. Also talked about that 1% warming means 7% more water vapor. So there's an emission and supercharging freak event aspect. But that precipitation over land in the context of our dependency on that, the relationship between biodiversity and climate are linked. Now, recent research also that the drying up of our land, so the 3 Rio conventions, all on stage this fall, biodiversity, climate, and desertification are linked through the hydrological cycle. And drying up of land, it's a relationship, of course, to carbon storage. So there is a critical link to, in that sense, water and climate change emissions. More to that, of course. The other aspect that with green water comes in play is that water connects us globally. So we always saw water as a very local and then systemically regional issue with aquifers crossing borders, rivers crossing borders, but with atmospheric water flows and atmospheric rivers in the different layers of our atmosphere. We can now show where our rain comes from. And that means that we're literally connected across continents with water. And that relationship, SDGs, global connections, and climate change and biodiversity made us as a Global Commission on the Economics of Water say, this hydrological cycle, so the whole cycle has to be valued as a global common good. There's way more to say about it, but not today, because I don't have time. So take a moment to look at watercommission.org or scan this QR code now, and I'm happy to send the link, of course, in the chat. And happy to explore with you, because we not only showcased how this hydrological cycle works, its relationship to the economy, to equity and sustainable development, and then identified 5 missions moving forward. Not what I want to talk about today, but really want to just invite you all to look at it. It undermines, of course, and with this focus on the hydrological cycle, doesn't mean that all of a sudden we solve the wash problem. Not at all. Research this year showed that it's even worse than we thought. The billions of people around the world that still lack access to safe drinking water, hygiene facilities, and sanitation facilities is only increasing because of climate change. So these toppling effects on top of each other. From my current and past work, I'm devastated with these numbers. Billions, so half of the world's population. It's unimaginable that we let that happen, but in the current geopolitical context, what is unimaginable? But this is a shame for the world because it is undermining because of the development and increasing inequalities across continents and countries. And it's at first women and girls that are impacted first and foremost, especially in its relationship to hygiene and sanitation, risking their lives and the opportunity for progress. And of course, the third, next to the hydrological cycle, it full wash as you could almost say as a single focused issue. This relationship, biodiversity, climate, and hydrology pans out in the way climate is impacting our world. And then towards where we can go, I just quote, I took this slide from another presentation, especially for today, because there is this critical link, especially now in current times here in the US, but also in Europe. In my country, I'm from the Netherlands, where a crazy government is already at the helm. The importance of science beyond academics, science, citizen science, academic science, the position of science in the context of policy, programming, financing, partnerships is so critical important. And in current political times, that is definitely at stake. That position, its independency, but also its voice and its mandate is key. And it's linked to that other call Guterres made on solidarity, because solidarity goes way more beyond than just making sure that you care. It's really about positioning partnerships at the heart of driving solutions that are sustainable, that are driving equity and resiliency across. So for me, really important. Going back to those links of climate, biodiversity, and water, I think and take inspiration and took that in its development, but after the presentation, the IPCC Climate Change and Land Report, because it explains these interdependencies. Parallel to that, I started a global research on the geography of future water challenges, and there's a link. The way our challenges pan out in our geographies, our communities, economies, cultures across the borders that we make by human beings and institutions is so critical important. And the investment, Climate Change and Land Report says 99% of global investment increased climate change. One, so more emissions, larger footprints, etc. But second, the way our investments play out, and that links to my first part on the Global Commission, land use change and its relationship to biodiversity loss and climate change. The way these investments play out in our environment is disastrous, because they destroy the redundancy, resiliency of our systems, and therefore the protection of our economy, environments, and societies. So we're in the midst of this future that is becoming more challenged, and at the same time, the policies and business cases, the validation and evaluation models that we have for programming and projects is not linked to that future, but is linked to the past. And we heard this today too, in what do you do in the context of disasters? Build back better. It's all reactive and not proactive. So, and the reason for that is that the policies that we have and the way the validation and evaluation of being in nature-based solutions or anything beyond the solutions that are anchored in that future, our validation models are just not fit for that future. So we saw this in the pandemic, which was disastrous for economic stability, societal stability, jobs, and beyond. We pulled everything from the shelf across the world to ensure that keep economies going. But what's on the shelf was the worst of the worst. So increasing our footprints, our emissions, and setting us back instead of forward. So that was definitely not a time where we saw a crisis as an opportunity to leapfrog. But we have to, because if we continue on being non-responsive or at best reactive, and I dare to say that currently around the world, policymakers are close to 100% reactive because there's so much at stake and happening. So literally with their back to the future, responding to disasters with band-aid approaches. And band-aid approaches are not per se bad. I worked in conflict zones and you get these crisis training, and the first thing you learn when they blow off your leg or your arm, put something in that hole in your body, doesn't matter what it is. It can be a dirty cloth or whatever, as long as you stop the bleed. But that is in that really crisis situation. The next thing you have to do is make sure that you look at what is best for a future orientation, not the past. So that proactive approach is of critical importance. And we know water can play a key role because it's linked to all the SDGs, but for that catalytic capacity that water has, we have to understand, value, and manage it way better. And we have to link it to a future orientation that is longer term and comprehensive, mission oriented, connected to short-term innovative intervention. It's inclusive and collaborative, but also transparent for accountability and learning to build up capacity, because we lack capacity. Our financial models not invest in capacity, they only invest in stupidity. And at the same time, we need an ambition beyond solving today's crisis. We need solutions that are innovative, catalytic, and pragmatic. We need them to be comprehensive across scale, time, and interest, but they also need to be inspiration and aspiration, as you know, to change the politics. Writing an article is on the pillars of climate resiliency, adding this fifth pillar of transformative capacity. Whatever we do now has to help us transform towards the future that we want. Okay, so that my intro, having left of the 25 minutes, 10 left, keeping the clock. One is post-Hurricane Sandy. When Hurricane Sandy hit, oh, no, I'll take it, yeah, let me do that. When Hurricane Sandy hit, this is a little bit what we saw. A mess, infrastructure, but also at risk and devastated, with 80% of fuel storage in the floodplain and 75% of power supply in that same floodplain, but also vulnerable communities in that floodplain, showcasing a Manhattan out of power, with one power plant going out. And with my Harvard student, we did governance assessment on the vulnerability of this region in the context of such a response. But with the federal task force under the leadership of Sean Donovan and President Obama, the origin of this task force came from Obama's ask in his first month as president, saying, you know, I don't want another Katrina on my watch. I want to be ready when these disasters happen. So Donovan and Napolitano changed the national policy on being prepared post disaster. So when Sandy hit, the government put together this task force, and I joined the task force to focus on innovation and design to escape that lock-in. And we set up a program called Rebuild by Design. We brought together hundreds of communities, schools, partner NGOs, worked in neighborhoods, government agencies, and developed with 10 teams of cross-disciplinary work anchored in those communities, community-based, you could say, solutions that were not a response, you know, were informed by the disaster and what went wrong, the interdependencies, but were informed by the future, were aimed at the future. So informed by the past and the disaster, but aimed at the future. I'll go quickly through them to make sure that I don't need all the time. some of you have seen them. The Meadowlands, which could have been the sponge that would have captured quite a bit of the floods coming in from Sandy, but it did not. So reimagining that swamp as that sponge landscape, but at the same time as an opportunity for development along the coast of Long Island, focusing on these perpendicular rivers as making room for those rivers and making sure that they work for you instead of that they become the flood arteries of the island. And along the shore of Manhattan, building park infrastructure to protect the coastline of the city. Hoboken, with the comprehensive approach, already showed last year that it can take on massive amount of rain. New York Times wrote an article saying what did not happen in Hoboken when Brooklyn and Manhattan flooded with these rains, really focusing on green infrastructure in the city, absorbing massive amounts of water when these storms hit. And off the coast of Staten Island, building eco barrier reefs. Governor of New York State just announced last month that this innovation pilot, where nature-based solutions are protecting the shore, but also creating recreational opportunities and increasing water quality, are now being scaled and replicated across. So we awarded those winners scaled rebuild by design the US and focused, for instance, on the Bay Area. So that was innovation. We're building that now, and as I live in Brooklyn, I can watch, but also help advise the city and the federal government on how to learn from what went right and wrong, because not, of course, in this complexity. And at the same time, I took those lessons forward in my work in Asia, where we did a larger assessment in Asia, Southeast Asia, on water-related vulnerabilities, on floods from rivers and seas and typhoons and landslides, and at the same time, longer-term effects of droughts and salinity, sea level rise and subsidence, and more, and came up with a longer list of opportunity places where all these risks came together. We focused on 3 cities: Chennai in India, Khulna in Bangladesh, and Semarang in Indonesia, where we get community, bringing experts in, working on that community scale, in the places where streams of water look like this, but there's a culture of water where water was celebrated as literally something religious. Temple tanks in Chennai that captured water and brought it back into the aquifer. And where on the left, you see the current system where water becomes scarce, even when rain is impacting the city massively in the monsoon time. But because the hardened surface of Chennai, water is polluted and going into the ocean, demand's going up, so the city borrows money, so the debt of the city goes up for desalination plants that are also increasing a carbon footprint because they're fossil fuel energized. At the same time, with nature-based solutions, we can mend that cycle at the scale of the city, capture the water, recharge the aquifer, clean the water, and build it on site. We worked on a program where through these nature-based solutions, flood prevention, drought prevention, sanitation, and improved urban environment came together, focusing on these tanks, building new ones, forestry, revitalize and renaturalize canals and bioswales and wetlands, and mix solid and liquid waste recycling and adapt buildings. Showcasing you one example that we did with the school, and we built and capturing the water from the whole community into the school basin, and build an environment for kids to play, but also clean the water on site. This reduces cost of investment that was at the larger scale, but also on this scale of to 75% of gray infrastructure investment, but on maintenance and operation is not even half. And we capture all the water, clean it on site, and recharge it. It's all monitored online, so kids and the teachers can watch it. We're working on a program scaling this in Tamil Nadu and across India. And of course, the other programs and projects in Samarang and in Kulna focused on subsidence and flooding and water quality as well. In the prep of this call with the team, they asked me to talk a little bit about the Netherlands. I don't have the time to talk a lot about the Netherlands, but since we talked about nature-based solutions a lot this afternoon, I'm just going to show you one part, because in the Netherlands we have like institutional structure where water is embedded into our culture, but I have to find it fast. Yeah, in 1995, with flooding coming in from the rivers, and we were reminded of this 3 years ago with this massive flood in Germany that killed over 200 people, but not in the Netherlands. How important it is that we care for our rivers, because it reminded us of our riverine system being broke. Rivers were canals, and canals don't save lives, don't build resiliency and sustainability, do not provide opportunity for biodiversity. Focusing on this riverine system in this delta of the Netherlands, the end of so many of the things that come from our neighbors, we have to make sure that our rivers are vital arteries in our system that can deal with too much, but also too little water. So literally increasing the room for that river in urban context here in Nijmegen, where we build a second river next to that, that can flood, but also in more rural places where the combination of water and farming actually creates the opportunity, all the way to facilities that are world champion rowing facilities, but at the same time can hold millions of cubic meters of water when storms come. Just as an example, and then as a last reminder, perhaps a stark reminder, this is also an image from the Netherlands. We have a water deficit in our soil and sea level rise and too much water coming in from our rivers that is actually affecting us all. Now, trying to bring this all together, it's not going to be easy. We brought water to the global stage with leading the UN 2023 Water Conference, a conference that brought the challenges of the fact that there are no silver bullets, but that the valuation, understanding, and management of water is going to be key. And in the words of Secretary General Guterres, water has to be at the heart of the political agenda at all scales and layers. I want to close my 25 minutes talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I have a moment for a question for you, but then a longer discussion where we hope you'll be involved in, because you did such a good job framing this and kind of bringing the ideas from today into this larger aspirational space. And so I thought maybe I could ask the question, and it kind of picks up on something that Alice said this morning about this 5-to-1 ratio between the benefits of being proactive versus the cost of being reactive. And I think that, you know, one of the things you said in the first part of your talk, and then you built upon it later, it makes it very clear that when you implement the kinds of programs like you've shown us in Resilience by Design, it has a very nice aspirational side to it, and it's something that makes intuitive sense. But I'm kind of curious from you whether you're able to make this case to decision makers who don't think about these broader societal and social effects, don't have the same long vision, but who are thinking, as you said, with their backs to the future. How do you find your ability to convince them to be proactive when they see the results of these investments that you've been working on for the past couple of decades?
Yeah, it's a good question, and there is no one answer to that. But one part of the answer is that in the assessment of risks, vulnerabilities, and opportunities, and short-term versus long-term. And you have to create opportunities to do things now in the context of doing larger system change over time. So if there is no significant change now that is tangible, it's always going to be harder. Second, and it was said today also, not only by Alice, but from a financial perspective, anything you build now that falls apart tomorrow is a risk for a current administration. So there is a business case to show. With Rebuild by Design, we presented, and it's also online, the Atlas of Disaster, and we started first in New York State, but then showcased this across the US, that every county in the US has suffered loss from a federally declared disaster, but many counties have suffered multiple losses. And talking to communities that are the voters, so your constituency as a politician, as a decision maker, it turned out that across Republican and Democrat doesn't really matter. Nobody wants to see their property or their families or their businesses being impacted. So doing something to mitigate that risk is actually apolitical, turns out to be, the moment you start that conversation and show what happened. The Atlas of Disasters showed that there was appetite for a resiliency bond that got more votes than the governor. Why? Because it was apolitical. It was not about a political agenda. No, it was about decreasing the risk on the individual and community base. So it's science that is informed. You need the communication and the tool and the outreach and literally working with those communities to show, hey, this is what happens. You don't want this to happen again. So one is connecting short-term and to long-term. Second, the financial aspect. But third, your voters. We don't want to see those losses. And it's not easy. Across the world, it depends on the type of leadership, showcasing opportunities, and these participatory processes that can inform. But I wish it was easy, because then we would not have, we would not be in the situation that we're currently in right now. But to your question, under because we see an increase in these disasters impacting our communities across political divides, investing in resiliency went up after the Obama administration. Even though that administration stepped out of a Paris Agreement, the investments from FEMA into adaptation, literally called climate adaptation and resiliency, went up. Why? Because your voters call and you pay.
Great. That's a great way to end the keynote. And now to move on to like a discussion with the panelists from today. I think our other keynote isn't here. So if you were a panelist today, head up that way. Yeah, and Hank, you're part of this too. So as you're all getting settled, I'd love to hear kind of your responses to kind of some of these issues, these larger questions that Hank brought up in the closing keynote of, how do we really get from where we are now to where we want to be in the future? Like, what's our theory of change of how we implement these great ideas that are moving ahead and scale them? Because I think it's important to not just, as he said, not just design things, but to bring them to scale and to make the case for their payoff, both in terms of monetary and communities and long-term sustainability. So I want to throw it to the panelists, each of you, to kind of share some remarks and reflections on what you saw today and think about how what you presented fits with the other things you've heard, and hopefully give us a hopeful note of where you think the academies might go and where we as a community might go to go forward. So with that tall order, I'll start, and if someone doesn't volunteer, I will pick on one of you.
I'll start.
Yes, please start, Steve.
Yeah, so I was jotting down, I think I'll start with your comment about what's the role of the academies, but because it goes back to my earlier comment about the academies, I think we saw today can provide a place for diverse thought, I think, and diversity of agencies plus industry plus academia to come together to kind of figure out how to address this most pressing problem, right? Of changes in floods. And I think we brought up droughts too. That's equally important as well. So I think it would be wonderful to see increased leadership maybe from the academies or from some entity that kind of is able to more formalize what we heard today. And I don't know if that's within the capacity of the board, but that would be incredibly exciting. Yeah, thanks.
Other thoughts?
So I'll stick to what I know a little bit about, which is observing floods from space. And I'll start with an anecdote. I was talking with a colleague who works closely with FEMA and with local North Carolina agencies, and they were working on the immediate aftermath of Helene. And the story that they told me was that the first responders had no satellite imagery available to them that was useful for many days afterwards. And so the only way they could figure out if a route was passable where damage was to send a helicopter out to go look. And to me, that seems like a huge failure because, in this day and age, we shouldn't be lacking for the ability to have usable satellite imagery quickly. And so one of the things that the National Academies does is the decadal survey for future satellite investments. And I know there's been some discussion of disasters in that process, but whether it's through commercial satellite data providers or NASA or NOAA or some other mechanism, I feel like we should never again have a major disaster like Helene and have people have to fly helicopters rather than being able to get satellite imagery when they need it.
That's a good segue. Kongjian, you look like you're leaning forward, like you want to say something.
I think so many people talking about nature-based solutions, and we have the technology here to monitor, to measure, so technology is here, and but for the academy, I think we really need to speak to say that here's the science, here we have the data, and this is a nature-based solution is the way we should go. Right? We have to invest anyway. It's not a cost. It's not a cost. It's an investment. Just one hurricane will how much that that if we invest that to build this more sponge city, or I would say, we can really fix the problem for forever, even not forever, for hundreds of thousands of years. So that I think is so it is about mentality, and this mentality is built upon what science community says about. That I should comment. Yeah.
Yeah. I think something that Crystal said earlier today about this kind of monitoring network and not having enough data reminds me of like an evolution in the US in terms of our scientific infrastructure for monitoring. Some people may recall back there was a proposal from the hydrology and environmental engineering community to build something called CLEANER, which would have been a network of observatories on the nation's rivers. And the thought from NSF and the review of the Academy's report was that it wasn't ready for prime time yet. And then David and his colleagues came along with the National Water Model and started kind of nibbling on the same kind of question and made progress there. And I think that what we've seen today is there was always a recognized need for that kind of information. And now with AI and machine learning, we're catching up with the ability to use it. So David, I'm kind of curious, you've been around through this whole progression. What are your thoughts about whether it's time to really pull this together? And maybe it's already happening and we don't have to do a lot more to get there.
Well, thank you for asking, David. If I look back over the last 10 years, what I feel is a sense of privilege that we had an opportunity to contribute. I think often in academia, we sit in our room and we do our studies and there's no flag in the corner office. We don't have any chance of influencing anything of national significance, but we have over the last 10 years. That's an important thing. I was thinking about your earlier question as to how do you scale? And my response to that is you scale by working with institutions, with existing institutions, that we can innovate in academia. We can create prototyping, we can do things quickly. But if we're going to scale, we have to work with the larger institutions that have got the mass and the sustainability, like the USGS or the National Weather Service or NOAA or whoever else, or TxDOT for that matter. So when we were seeking a solution for better instrumentation, for example, to address the question that was raised earlier, I knew we have to have an instrument that's approved by the USGS, because if we don't, we can't engage others to support it. If the USGS doesn't approve, we're dead. So that instrument that I chose was approved by the USGS, so we could scale it because it was already an approved instrument, and we've succeeded in doing that. I'm really encouraged by what I hear about AI and the potential for that. That's what I was over at NASA talking about this morning. I don't know much about it, but I just see the need to employ that more widely. And perhaps we should be a little more humble in hydrology and admit the predictive capacities of AI, even though we would like to think that our formal physical theories are the ones that should be used. But yeah, I'm just encouraged by the progress that was made. I understand really well what happened with Helene, because I went through a crisis like that in Texas with Harvey. I served in the State Operations Center for 2 weeks during Harvey. I mean, it was a disaster for our state. I could see it coming. I was in our Texas Division of Emergency Management. We have a bunker 2 stories below the ground where all our resources are deployed. Hundreds of helicopters and aircraft, thousands of vehicles, tens of thousands of people being organized in one room, actually. Pressure was just unbelievable. And at first we had almost no information. Later on, we had a deluge, actually. But I think things are improving. What we needed at that time was one water map across the whole landscape. And now that exists. I mean, Harvey was only 2017. It's not that long ago. You know, the breakdown in Helene was that the deployment of that map stopped at Tennessee. The current deployment hadn't included North Carolina. They released the mapping, the real-time inundation mapping, actually for 1/3 of the country, and that included the Tennessee, but didn't go over the Appalachia into North Carolina. So the part that got worst hit, actually the impacts were known internal to the National Weather Service and were somewhat communicated to the emergency response community. So to make an impact, I think the tools that we have to have need to be more widely dispersed, and we need to be able to get them down to the level of local emergency response organizations so that they can act on the information quickly.
Great. That's a great segue to tell us something about kind of where we go from here.
Yeah, there, you know, if I had one thing to say, and we need cross-disciplinary collaboration. I think we're mostly a room full of hydrologists. Apologies if I'm excluding anyone. I am, my background's in hydrology. And we're talking about a couple of things, several things, but one is the infusion of this new technology, AI, which is a huge new technology. it is a branch of science in its own right that's larger than hydrology and maybe larger than earth science. I don't know. Some of the machine learning conferences are bigger than AGU. And if we're really going to take this seriously, we need to work with that branch of science rather than do what I think would be a mistake, which is treat machine learning as a tool and try to apply it to our problem. It's a branch. We need to collaborate with that. And then going back to your very first question, David, about if I can sort of summarize my answer in a cartoon way, I don't know how to get people to listen to climate science. And when I don't know something, my strategy is to ask an expert. And what I would like to see more of is I would like to see a greater emphasis on socio-hydrology. So I think we have really, I think if I could propose one thing, it's just expand the pipelines of collaboration with at least these two groups of scientists and view ourselves as part of an ecosystem.
Great. I wanted to give Ellen, she has a question. She's on Zoom, but she's a board member, as a question, and then we'll probably be out of time and have to go on to our summation. So Ellen, you're on.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. And this has been an incredible panel of the different, some of the people who are here and the people who have had to leave, but a lot of good information. So I have an elephant in the room question that any or all of you can answer. In all your excellent presentations, the information you presented was from Europe, from Asia, from South America, where they're collecting information, they're doing things, they're predicting, they're mitigating. Why aren't we doing this in the US? I mean, seriously, I mean, we sort of know why we aren't. We let politics get in the way. There's the myriad of organizations, several of you brought that up, that, you know, the federal state issue, the federal state local, but at any rate, love to hear your thoughts on that, because quite frankly, I'm embarrassed that we have not done more.
I know, Hank, you're Dutch, but you're living in New York, so you can answer this. I think in some ways you're someone with this global experience, but plenty of experience here in the US. So how would you respond?
Yeah, if I fully agree, is not that black and white, that we're not doing it in the US. I don't have a total overview of what's happening here, but I must say that there's a massive amount of work, on the ground work, in the context of climate resiliency. But it's not easy here, and I think perhaps that's perhaps it's also more exposed in the US how tough it is to change existing policies and practices, and the fact that a study like here in the New York region, the northeastern part, the Army Corps study, that presents flood resiliency measures from the past instead of the future, while at the same time a city and initiatives like We Will by Design, which are federal initiatives, actually present an alternative to those studies. So it's a clash of worlds in such a context that is definitely unnecessary. That said, looking at many of the cities and states and communities across the US that are building on lessons learned from the past and are looking with the best available data, novel approaches and innovations towards solutions that are way better than the ones in the past. But if I work in very complex regions in Africa and Asia that they wish they were like it was here. So fragility is something completely different here. We have a luxury of fragility, you could say, in the global north that we can't afford us in the global south. But you're right, in the context of the capacity that the US has, the resources with well, we have to see what's going to happen, but the infrastructure bill under the Biden administration, the opportunity across society, academia, NGOs, massive amount of philanthropy, government and initiative. Not mainstreaming this also is ridiculous. And that goes from the single issue of water quality all the way to the very complex issues of resiliency, adaptation, and mitigation. So I think you're right. Why aren't you a front runner? Knowing that everything is in place, at the same time, in the context of fragility, you're way better off than many other places around the world.
A lot to do here in the US and globally. I hate to wrap this up, but we're going to have to move on now. And as promised this morning, we're going to pass it back to Bronco, who has some summary comments to pull some of the threads together from today's discussions. But I think this is just the start of a longer discussion within the community, and I appreciate all of your contributions. So Bronco.
Thank you. Deb, is it possible for me to share my screen? Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We had a really fun meeting. I prepared, you hear me? I prepared just a few slides. 1 second. Given the task to summarize the day in 5 minutes, so I'll go ahead and try to do that. Let me see. There we go. Okay, we can see this. So I feel like this is what the task felt like. I feel like somebody today told me, hey, this is the space shuttle and these are all the buttons. So go ahead and tell us how it works. I figured I would actually go ahead and just double check to make sure flooding was a thing. And so I went on Google just now, and not to pick Google necessarily, but there's only one search engine, I guess, so I got to use that one. And I searched for flooding, just the word flooding. And as you can see, it's not just that stuff happens a week ago, 2 weeks ago, it's literally happening right now, right? And so needless to say, we've confirmed that there's a need with this. But the interesting thing that happened as I was searching literally during this meeting is there actually is a flood advisory right now. And I clicked into it to see, and guess what? You're in a flood advisory. So for those of us in person, at least here, so for folks online. And I was wondering how to interpret that and what to do with this, because it was actually scheduled for 4 p.m. So, you know, all of us are in it and this stuff is happening. And the question really is, what do we do with it? Just like with sort of some of the stuff that we've heard today. And rather than listing the things we've heard, because there's a tremendous amount of, I think, you know, diverse thought and really interesting ideas here, I try to capture just 2 quotes that I heard today. And this is kind of what resonated with me. And not picking ones over others, I think these are the ones that sort of summarize what we've heard in general. The first we heard when we kicked it off at the beginning of the day was where we choose to live, and I'm putting that in quotes, where we live is a highly emotional topic. Meaning, even though we have lots of good ideas of what to do, people want to live where people want to live, and we have to figure out how to help them live there in many cases. And so when it comes to these complex scientific ideas that we have to recognize that flooding is a deeply local issue, and the need to downscale our solutions that we're coming up with right now is a pretty tricky problem. And so how we empower local communities and decision makers to make the choices that they need to make is a really tricky decision. And so we've heard lots of ideas about, hey, but when we go into a community, we do this one thing and that produces a massive ROI, right? But that's local to that community. And I think we had a lot of questions today about, like, you know, if I saw this in community X, how does that apply to community Y? And so how do we find the largest ROI is the question. And I think it's a deeply local question. And so figuring out how we actually map this down is going to be a pretty tricky thing. And I think it's not just as easy to say, like, let's explain this to people. It's write it at an 8th grade reading level. It's more like, we have to actually understand the science of getting our science to people, right? And the second one is just, and I just caught this, you know, this wasn't necessarily part of the talk, but just solving that last mile problem is kind of like something they use in transportation systems, is how do you make your outputs, if you will, of your science actionable, right? How does it matter to the people on the ground in the neighborhoods that they live in, as opposed to necessarily just like all of DC as we're seeing, because it's not flooding in this room right now. And so, you know, that can involve data, that can involve studying people, but the question really is, at the end of the day, how do you solve that last mile problem? I think it pertains to all of this, whether it's implementing nature-based solutions, whether it's building flood forecasting systems, delivering it at the end to the people that need to use it is a pretty tricky challenge. I don't know how many of you have ever, does anybody know any anthropologists or hang out with the anthropologists, right? I think contrary to their name, they don't study humans, they study people. And that's like a nuance, but like they try to understand what people do on a day-to-day basis and how this stuff affects them. And I think by understanding that pain point a little bit more clearly, it will make it so that we not only work on the right problems, but we actually try to solve them in an appropriate way. So I'll just, close on something that comes from that. It doesn't necessarily come from anthropology, but it's design science, this notion between useful and usable. I think we have seen today a tremendous amount of useful stuff. There's no way to argue that things are useful. The question is, how do you make it usable? And so I'm just going to bring back that space shuttle diagram. There has been an evolution. We have examples from many other fields where we can take something with 1,000 knobs and buttons and lots of different ideas and try to distill it into something that somebody can actually use to make a decision. So, when we're talking about things like non-stationarity and the complexity that's embedded in these bulletins that we're seeing, how do we turn that into something that somebody can use to make a decision? And so I'll just close on that and just show you that I actually checked some other forecasts and we're actually okay. So this is one from Flood Hub, and this is also the NOAA one. And that's kind of the summary is best captured by me, at least today. And I'll just leave these two quotes up because they resonated with me. So thanks.
Thank you, Bronco, for helping us out. And I'm glad I brought my umbrella because I looked at the forecast this morning. So thanks to everyone who joined us in the room today and everyone who joined us in person on the live stream. I think we've learned a lot and there's a lot to think about. I want to give another thank you to all of our speakers, as well as the board members and people in the audience who asked questions. As a reminder, you can sign up for information on our board today on our webpage. And thank you again for coming, and have a great rest of your day and stay dry.